Okay, good evening, everyone. We are back from closed session. Mr. Clerk, do we have...
Vice Mayor Detrick
is now joining.
That's Vice Mayor.
And I'm having a review, Mayor Lee, of we're getting there. So almost everyone's back on.
Okay.
And we're good.
We have all returned?
We do have the full council.
All right, excellent. Thank you all for waiting patiently. I want to adjourn the closed session at 6:04 p.m. And to report out, we have by a vote of 5-0, the City Council has authorized and directed the City Attorney's Office to defend the cases of Christian Bean versus City of Elk Grove et al., Sacramento County Superior Court, case number 34-2020, 002-78255. In addition to that, by a vote of 5-0, the City Council authorized the City Attorney's Office to initiate litigation in two matters. The names of the defendants and details are not subject to disclosure at this time. Once the litigation is filed, this information will be disclosed to any person upon inquiry. All right, let's go ahead and call to order the Parking Authority of the City of Elk Grove regular meeting on Wednesday, July the 22nd at 6:05 p.m. Mr. Clerk.
And consistent with Executive Orders N-29-20 and N-35-20 issued by the Governor of the State of California, this meeting will be conducted by teleconference only. The meeting location will be the City Council chamber, but it will not be open to the public. With that, for the Parking Authority, I did just want to make the statement that the City Council, the full City Council, serves as the board for the Parking Authority, but there is no additional compensation that is received for any of the members of the City Council for their service on the Parking Authority board. They are just merely serve in those capacities with no additional compensation. With that, I can move to the roll call for the Parking Authority, and that would start out with Agency Board Member Nguyen.
Here.
And Board Member Hume.
Here.
Board Member Suen.
here.
Vice Chair Detrick.
Here.
And Chair Lee.
Here.
All are in attendance. That'll take us on to Section 2, General Public Comment for the Parking Authority.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Mr. Secretary, is there anyone who signed up to speak?
Just doing a quick review, I received no prior requests to speak for the Parking Authority, and I don't have anyone signed up to speak under General Public Comment for the Parking Authority. So no items.
All right, let's go ahead and close public comment and move to the item number 3.
That'll take us to Section 3, or one presentation with item 3.1, the annual update on the Parking Authority.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Brad Kane, your Director of Finance and Administrative Services. The Parking Authority of the City of Elk Grove was formed in 2005. The authority was formed to participate in the development and operation of park and ride lots for public transportation and other parking facilities, including a location in the Civic Center area. The authority's bylaws state that the Board of Directors shall hold one regular meeting each July. The Parking Authority had no activity or financial transactions during fiscal year 2019-20, and there is nothing to report.
All right, excellent. Thank you. And at this time, I want to open for public comment. Mr. Secretary, is there any members of the public signed up to speak?
And Chair Lee, with a review of my email, I don't have any requests to speak, and none have come in on this item. So no further requests to speak.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment, and let's move to the next section.
And that will go to adjournment.
All right, so let's go ahead and adjourn at 6:08 p.m. And at this point in time, I'd like to call to order the Elk Grove City Council regular meeting on Wednesday, July 22nd at 6:08 p.m. Mr. Clerk.
And again, consistent with Executive Order N-29-20 and Executive Order N-35-20 issued by the Governor of the State of California, this meeting will be conducted by teleconference only. The meeting location will be the City Council chamber, but it will not be open to the public. This meeting of the Elk Grove City Council will be replayed on Metro Cable Channel 14 on Friday, July 24th at 1 p.m. and Sunday, July 26th at 9 a.m. It's being closed captioned. It'll be webcast at sacmetrocable.tv. City Council meeting videos are also archived on the city's website at elgrovecity.org. For members of the participating audience who may have personal electronic devices, or also if you call in and you have any streaming and or audio visual devices, you will either want to power those down or put them on mute if you do participate in the call. And please put them otherwise, if you're not in a speaking role, to put any of your devices onto a mute or silent mode during the meeting when you're not speaking. The Elk Grove City Council welcomes, appreciates, and encourages participation in the City Council meeting. City Council requests that you limit your presentation to 3 minutes per person so that all present will have time to participate. City Council reserves the right to reasonably limit the total time for public comment on any particular noticed agenda item as it may deem necessary. Pursuant to Resolution 2010-24, no individual speaker concerning public comment may address the City Council for more than 3 minutes. City Clerk will run a speaker timer, and after the first 2 minutes have passed, the City Clerk will state on the audio feed 1 minute remaining, indicating 1 minute remains to summarize comments. And with that, Mayor Lee, now that we're back into our regular meeting of the City Council, that'll take us on to Section 1, the call to order and the roll call. And I can commence with the roll call of members.
Yes, please.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Here.
Councilmember Hume.
Here.
Councilmember Suen.
Here.
Vice Mayor Detrick.
Here.
And Mayor Lee.
I am here. And next item is Pledge of Allegiance. Folks, if you could address the flag wherever you are at, then please follow me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. And at the beginning of every City Council meeting, we like to invite members of the public to join us in a moment of silence. So if you could, join us in a moment of silence, please. Thank you very much. And let's move to the next section.
Move us to Section 2, the approval of the agenda. And as with our teleconference meetings, I would just ask that after a motion and a second, we will be doing the roll call vote for all items that we vote on our agenda.
All right, we have an agenda in front of us. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
So there's a second. Right, roll call vote.
For the roll call vote, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilmember Suen.
Yes.
Throwing you guys off a little bit. Councilmember Hume, sorry about that.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Detrick.
Yes.
And Mayor Lee.
Here. Or
Yeah.
aye, that is.
Aye, the item will pass 5-0, so we have an agenda before us.
Excellent. Next section.
That will transition us past Section 3, the closed session, as we have no closed session items on the regular agenda, taking us to Section 4, our presentations and announcements. And that'll be starting out with item 4.1, which is a proclamation declaring August 2020 as Diversity Awareness Month.
Excellent. I think we have a member of the Diversity and Inclusion Commission here.
Indeed, I believe we have a call-in receipt by Dr. Bhavin Parikh, the chair of the Diversity and Inclusion Commission, and I'll just touch base with staff to make sure we have that connection with Dr. Bhavin Parikh on this item.
Hi, Jason. We have Mr. Parikh on the line, and he can hear you.
Hello.
Hearing you loud and clear.
Thank you.
Excellent, Mr. Chair. Thank you for joining us this evening. Members of the council, I'd like to invite any one of you to read the resolution. Any takers?
You want us to read the entire resolution, Mr. Mayor, or did you want us to take turns like you normally suggest?
I feel that every meeting I've been reading it, so I wanted to extend this opportunity for any one of you to either read the whole resolution or whichever section that you feel fitting.
We could take turns. We'll share. So The proclamation, whereas the city and its Diversity and Inclusion Commission will celebrate Elk Grove's diversity through several socially distanced virtual events and activities due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and
Whereas providing information, education, and communication can facilitate a better understanding and appreciation for our differences, and
whereas virtual events, forums, and exchanges throughout the month of August in collaboration with organizations will promote peace and unity within our community, and
Whereas the city and its Diversity and Inclusion Commission strive to create a more equitable, accessible, safe, welcoming, and inclusive government and community in Elk Grove.
All right, Vice Mayor, you can go ahead and close up. I'm having some technical difficulties on my end.
Now therefore be resolved that the City Council of the City of Elk Grove hereby proclaim the month of August 2020 as Diversity Awareness Month in the City of Elk Grove, and encourages all business entities, the media, the Elk Grove citizenry to participate in virtual activities and programs during this designated month. Take the diversity pledge to read the Council's 2017 proclamation declaring Elk Grove as no place for hate, and to take the time to appreciate the diversity that exists within the City of Elk Grove. Signed this 22nd day of July, 2020 by the entire Elk Grove City Council.
Excellent. Thank you, members. Mr. Chair, would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to appreciate and say our sincere appreciation. Thank you to Mayor, City Council members for providing this very wonderful and meaningful proclamation. Our commissioners are working very hard for last several months, along with the city staff, to have a very creative, meaningful diversity month. We have so many programs are lined up. What we have decided to do is, keeping social distancing in mind, we'll do all the events virtually. We are going to provide events to showcase different faith tradition, to appreciate unity and diversity of faith group. So we'll invite Buddhist, Christians, Hinduism, Muslims, Sikh, Native American leaders to provide some insight into different faith and faith traditions. We also have many dance programs to explore world cultures like Filipino, Chinese, Bollywood, Latin American salsa, Hmong, American square dances. We also have cooking shows to enjoy culinary delights from throughout the world. We also have lessons in self-discipline, yoga, meditation. We'll have an arts and crafts activity for children and also for adults. And we'll have a cultural tutorials, fashion show, music events to explore various part of the music from various part of the world. And on 13th on Thursday from 5 to 7 p.m. we will give away boxes to kids by keeping social distancing in mind. The giveaway boxes will have multicultural bookmarks, flag pencil, globe stress balls, candy assortments, and Sacramento Library top 10 reading postcard. We're also doing a pandemic forum to discuss about effects of pandemic virus and racism on 27th. And we are bringing our famous artist, David Garibaldi, during this month to showcase his, talent. That would be a big asset to our diversity month. So in conclusion, our goal is to educate, communicate, and to provide better understanding of various cultures, to promote our city's diversity, and to promote peace, safety, inclusiveness within our community. And we sincerely appreciate all of you, all city council members, mayor, for supporting us throughout this year and for coming in the future too. Thank you so much, and we are very excited to have a great month
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and please extend a thank you from the entire council to the members of the Diversity and Inclusion Commission. We really do appreciate your work and giving countless hours to do these wonderful events all over the city is much appreciated.
Thank you again. It's our pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and let's move to the next item.
And Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council, I did receive an update regarding item 4.2, which was intended as the Historic Preservation Committee's annual update. Due to some scheduling conflicts that occurred and getting access to the facilities, where the staff is asking that we push this item. We would schedule it tentatively for August 12th to have the update, but it's going to give us some more time in order to coordinate resources along with the presenters so that we can bring that back with a target date of August 12th. So with that, that would actually take us on to item 4.3, which is the Civic Summer presentation.
All right.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Carrie Monty, Administrative Analyst in the City Manager's Office. In a moment, you will hear a presentation from Mr. Garcia and students of this Elk Grove Civic Summer program. But first, I'd like to give you a brief history of the program. This is our 6th year hosting Elk Grove Civic Summer, a name we chose for our Summer at City Hall program to represent all of the local government agencies that participate in our program. The City of Elk Grove and the Elk Grove Unified School District have worked closely to execute this program throughout the years. We've been extremely lucky to have Mr. Garcia facilitate the classroom portion of this program all of this time, and we'd definitely be lost without him. We initially started the Civic Summer program with 2 weeks of classroom learning. Students got to meet and hear from a wide range of Elk Grove leaders during this time. We also connected with our local agency partners to host 2 afternoons of job shadows for the students. We did that for 3 summers and felt we really had our rhythm down. In 2018, we received a grant from the Institute for Local Government to expand our program. We decided to add an internship component and extended the program to 5 weeks. We were really excited and had great success hosting approximately 30 students. For 5 full weeks. The EGUSD was able to honor 6 elective credits for completing the program. This year definitely had a new set of challenges with so many unknowns. We decided early on as a group that we wanted to host at least the classroom and speaker portion of the program with the possibility of internship, depending on social distancing protocols. We had great interest in the program with over 300 students apply. I want to give a big thanks to Jane Ross and Cindy Muscat with the school district. They did an amazing job organizing all the applications, interviews, and work with our partner hosts. At the end of June, we were still having a lot of uncertainty with workplaces having majority of employees telecommuting, along with many concerns regarding health of students and employees. We discussed the possibility of students working virtually, but with the classroom portion already online, we really didn't think that having the students do 3 additional weeks working remotely met the level of internship experience we wanted to offer. We ended up making the difficult decision to cancel the internship portion of the program this year. With that said, we are really excited that we're still able to offer the classroom portion for students and give them the opportunity to hear from and interact with so many Elk Grove leaders. We just wrapped up 2 weeks of learning, speakers, and all things local government. Since we're still working and learning from home, Mr. Garcia and the students created a video to report back to the council on the 2020 Elk Grove Civic Summer experience. They're on the phone with me here, so they'll be able to hear any comments or answer questions at the end. Jason?
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Mr. Garcia here to report to you that we've successfully completed another great year, the Elk Grove Civic Summer Program. And although we were unable to offer the internship portion this year, I'm pleased to report that our students are already making the most of each and every opportunity the program has to offer. Here are just a few of them to tell you about their experience this year.
Good evening, Mayor Lee and City Council members. It is a pleasure to be able to speak with you. My name is Angela Tomasello, a junior at Pleasant Grove High School and the IDEA Academy for Aspiring Engineers. The Elk Grove Civic Summer Program provided many creative opportunities despite COVID-19. Some of the highlights were from Councilmember Darren Soon, a civil engineer who advised to not solely rely on education, but to gain work experience and knowledge from others, to be honest if you don't know how to do something, and be open-minded to learning opportunities. As an engineering student, I took his advice to heart. After hearing from Josh Green, the Consumnes CSD General Manager, speak about improving our community's lifestyles, I researched the Elk Grove Youth Commission and community service openings to understand our residents' needs. I am very grateful this program is modified and available for students. Thank you so much for your time. I greatly appreciate it.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Steve Lee. My name is Prayer Noyo Gary, and as of this new school year, I will become a junior at Casuminas Oaks High School as a member of the Medical Careers Pathway. It is with great pride that I'd be able to speak to you all on behalf of a program I had the opportunity of joining this summer. The program, Elk Grove Civic Summer, exposed me to many different professionals, ranging from Elk Grove Unified School District Superintendent Chris Hoffman to Congressman Ami Bera, who campaigned alongside Barack Obama in 2012. Along with the many opportunities I was able to get from this program, I was also able to receive a lot of great advice. From to always be genuine to remembering that your network is your net worth. This program has been able to help me become even more optimistic and motivated for my future. I'm extremely excited for where I plan to be after this program, and I'm beyond grateful to have been a part of this moment in time. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Elk Grove City Council. My name is Caden Swain. I'm an incoming senior at Pleasant Grove High School. I currently serve as the Vice President of Regional FFA and also as the President of the Gender Sexuality Alliance. During these past 2 weeks, I was given the opportunity to take part in the Elk Grove Civic Summer. During this time, I was fortunate enough to have real candid discussions with local leaders and politicians about issues facing our community. I'm excited to return to the groups that I represent with this newfound leadership knowledge and help advance our program and create something better than we've ever had before. Thank you guys so much for your time and have a good rest of your night.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Eddie Inkamadi, and I'm an upcoming senior at Casuminas Oaks High School, currently doing my third year in the Casuminas Oaks Medical Pathway. In the past years, I've never been one to let my summers go to waste. So when Corona hit, I worried that my fears of a lazy summer would come true. So when I got the opportunity to learn how to help people in a different way, I had to give it a try. During this internship, when speaking with you council members, you all gave me examples of how you help your community and people, not only through laws and policies, but by your community outreach. For example, giving food to families and seniors in need, being an auctioneer at local events, creating committees to help ease racism, and even giving at-risk youth a chance at a beneficial life. All these examples really showed that you are truly saving lives in a different and more meaningful way, and without this opportunity, I probably would have never taken that into consideration. One presentation that truly stood out to me was Mayor Lee's. When I asked you the question about how you were dealing with racism in EG, you gave me a story that I know all too well about and have experienced myself, but you also gave me assurance that you and your fellow council members are seeing it and addressing it, and for that, I thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Afras Mead. I am an incoming senior at Pleasant Grove High School. I'm the scouting leader of the first robotics competition team, Eagle Force Robotics, and a member of the IDEA Academy's leadership. The Elk Grove Civic Summer Program has given us many opportunities to interact with and learn from prominent individuals contributing to Elk Grove's development. We are given the chance to ask questions from people such as Mayor Steve Lee, Council Members Soon, Hune, and Nguyen. In addition, we heard from CSD Fire Department Chief McLaughlin and other individuals about leadership qualities, soft skills, and many other topics that raise our awareness. In addition, the History of Elk Grove presentation by Louis Silvera of the EG Historical Society, as well as details of its cultural diversity, were things that several, including myself, hardly knew anything about prior to this program. However, we were able to attain a proficient understanding of how special our city is and will continue to be in its bright future. I particularly appreciated all of the advice and personal stories that were given to us. Every guest was willing to connect their personal story to principles or morals that we can hold dear to ourselves as we are in charge of leading the future. Thank you.
Well, I think you can see why I'm so proud of this particular group. Despite the quarantine and the pandemic, these students wouldn't let the summer go by without seizing the opportunity to learn more about local government and to get involved in the Elk Grove community. We want to thank you for your continued support of our program, and we look forward to being back with you next year, hopefully in person. We're standing by on the line to hear your comments and to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
That was excellent. Thank you, Mr. Garcia, and thank you, students. Members, did you have any remarks or questions?
Mayor, Councilmember Soon. Yeah. Thank you. Want to thank Mr. Garcia for your leadership and Carrie for your leadership of this program. Fantastic students, all of them. The ones we heard just now, I'm greatly impressed. It's our chance to get to hear you guys speak. You were gracious enough to hear us speak during that day. But all of you did a really great job. I commend all of you for taking an interest in this topic and learning about your local government, and taking some little tips from us, from what all of us have gone through in our lives. I even heard a few youth commissioner applicants in here, so that was pretty neat to hear as well. Go forth, do good. We're very proud of you. Keep up the great work. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. Anyone else?
Yeah, I'll chime in. I enjoy interacting with the students every year for the Civic Summer program. This year was a little different, being on Zoom as opposed to in person. But as Councilmember Soon just mentioned, it gave me an opportunity to really associate names with faces, and then to see those names in the applications for the Youth Commission gave me a greater appreciation for the individuals behind those applications. And so they asked great questions, as always. High-level questions that demonstrated they had done some research on policies and on me as an individual, and then they sought genuine advice that hopefully we were able to give a little bit of guidance so they don't have to learn some of the hard lessons maybe we've learned along the way. They can fast track and take advantage of our stumbling so that they can succeed easier. So you guys were just a great group of students. I hope that Mr. Garcia, next year we are in person, and I just appreciate what you're doing, and also Carrie for you helping them as well. And just it's a great opportunity to engage some young minds.
Excellent. Anyone else?
I'll chime in. And Mr. Garcia and Ms. Monty, I also appreciate having the opportunity to speak here. I was a little worried about how this was going to look like with it being via Zoom, but the youth did an amazing job at listening to what we had to say. And as Councilmember Hume said, they actually did their homework on us because they asked a lot of personal questions, and I was able to be really candid with them. One of the things that I did tell them is the work that I do during the day, which is work in the nonprofit industry. And I put it out there that if anybody was interested in some volunteer work or covering up some youth hours, to email me. And I don't get people that email all the time, but to my surprise, I got a lot of folks from this cohort here that emailed me that are actually going to be here on Saturday or be at my food distribution on Saturday to assist. So thank you, Mr. Garcia, for leading these youth and for being their teacher amongst all this and letting us be a part of this as well. So I really enjoyed it this year, and I look forward to it next year as well.
Mr. Garcia, how many students did you have participate this year?
We had about 37 this year that actually completed the program. So still a great turnout, and like Councilman Noon said, they're making the most of all the opportunities. So that's what it's all about.
Okay. I have a token of appreciation that I'll be forwarding to Ms. Carrie Monty, and she'll get that to the students.
And this is Vice Mayor Detrick. I want to commend you. This is the first year since the inception of this program that I was not able to participate. And working with the youth of our community is one of my passions. So unfortunately, not being able to do it this year was really disappointing. And yet to see the video with the great comments and everything that's been said really is a little bit heartbreaking for me to not have been able to participate. But, I wish Carrie, thank you for all that you do. Mr. Garcia, you guys have done a fabulous job. and really appreciate everything you do to help develop the youth of our community that hopefully will be sitting in our seats in the future. But thanks for everything, and please give my best to all the students that participated as well.
Will do. Thank you.
All right, excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Let's move to the next item.
The next item will be Section 5, Public Comment. Participating members of the viewing audience may comment on any item not on the agenda that is of interest to the public and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Each person will be allowed 3 minutes or less if a large number of requests are received on a particular subject. City Council cannot take action on non-agendized items raised under public comment until the matter has been specifically included on an agenda as an action item. Members of the public desiring a response to a specific question are encouraged to contact any member of the council or the city manager at any time. Those participating members who wish to address a specific agendized item are encouraged to offer their public comments during consideration of that item. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, as I go over the items here, what I have are 3 written comments had been received and distributed to the full council and staff prior to the meeting. And as I do a review of the call-in requests that we've received, we have 27 callers who would like to provide comments tonight under public comment. So for us on the city staff side, we have a lot of the callers, we have kind of a numbering system. And if I do kind of introduce anyone by name, please correct me if I have the pronunciation of your name incorrect. But we can work through those 27 callers as you're ready, council.
All right, go ahead.
I believe our first caller is Ayush Verma.
Yes, go ahead, sir. You have 3 minutes.
All right. Can everyone hear me well?
Coming in loud and clear.
All right. So good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Ayush Verma, a legislative ambassador for the American Cancer Society and an upcoming sophomore at Franklin High School. Today, I would like to bring support for certain resolutions and speak on some issues that our citizens could use some help with. So first, recently I was looking at the lunch menus for the Elk Grove Unified District schools, and that concerned me a little bit because a lot of it had some like excess of carbohydrates, fats, like a lot of them looking at the menu had like cheese ravioli, pork ribs, chicken nuggets, chicken drumsticks, fish sticks, a lot of those foods, which are good in moderation, although as I said, I'm a legislative ambassador to the Cancer Society. 18% of all cancers diagnosed in the U.S. are related to body fatness and poor nutrition. So that's why it concerned me to start at a young age to eat healthy. So I was thinking maybe to bring more salad options into it and some like lettuce, carrots are some examples, and also have more like vegetarian options that can be like the meat stuffs that are there to be substituted with some more beans, because I know a lot of people with like Hindu descent, a lot of the Asian community are vegetarian, so that could be a very viable option. And then next, I would like to bring attention 8.19, which is adopting a resolution approving pavement repairs for many roads in Elk Grove. First, I'd like to bring support in this. I think it's very good to keep our citizens safe that way. One thing I'd like to express is maybe one thing. So I liked school and to high school, and one thing is maybe to reduce the need for biking lanes and add more sidewalks, because it's very scary when there's like there's big trucks coming towards you, and there's a lot of biking lanes in the middle of the road, and that can be very scary. There's a lot of smog coming from the car's ignition, and that leads to like pollution right in your face, which also can lead to like lung cancer and stuff. So maybe to bring more sidewalks so you're not as close and it's not as dangerous. So especially in Elk Grove Boulevard and Franklin, as those are one of the main routes I would be taking going to school.
1 minute
so that would be very helpful. And finally, another solution is 8.2, where you're authorizing purchase of 3 replacement police vehicles. I just like to bring support to this. I think it's very good. I urge it to be passed so we can have peace and unity in our community by having like safe and proper vehicles so our law enforcement can keep Elk Grove safe. That's all I have today. I'd really appreciate you taking in consideration. Thank you for listening to me, council members and council mayor. Have a great day.
And that sounds like it concluded caller 1. We have caller number 2, who would be Billy Miller. In part, as we move through our public comment, it's our staff are queuing up folks onto the phone lines in order to pull them in. And so we make that contact and then pull them into the teleconference meeting for their comments. It sounds like staff's making the connection with the caller, and then we should just be pulling them over soon into the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Jason, we have our second caller on the line. You can go ahead, caller. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Billy Miller. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. I'm calling in reference to unsolicited ads thrown on the garage, the driveway, lawns, and gutters of the area in my home area. I live off of Laguna Boulevard and Laguna Park Drive, and I consistently am getting unsolicited ads, and most of the time they just lie on lawns or until somebody runs over them, and they are an eyesore. So I've written to the Sacramento Bee explaining that I would appreciate if they wouldn't throw the ads on my driveway lawn, and they said they would stop doing so, but it hasn't happened. I began communicating with them in March of this year. So I don't know if Elk Grove has any kind of code. I understand that we don't have a code, but do we have must the people doing this, the Sacramento Bee, get a solicitor's permit, perhaps, to throw these items on the yards? My neighbors agree with me. They don't want them either. So I end up picking them up during my walking and just putting them in cans. And they're even thrown on yards in which the homes are empty. So I don't know if there's anything Elk Grove has or can do to help. If so, I would appreciate your letting me know. Thank you for your time.
This is Mayor Lee. Shane, are you online as well?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor. It's Shane Diller, Assistant Director of Development Services.
Just kind of curious whether this would be something within code enforcement to review and take a look back and perhaps maybe bring it back to council?
Sure, we can take a look at this. Currently, we do require a solicitor's permit, but that permit covers the action of making contact at doors. It does not currently cover the action of just leaving a flyer in a driveway as described by the caller.
Okay. All right. Excellent. Thank you.
With that, that'll take us on to our third caller, Linda Vu. And I believe what we have is Linda Vu is going to be coordinating with Jacqueline Chung to, they're going to be in tandem. I've got 2 different timers for the 2 different speakers, so I think we'll be all right in terms of the timing. But it's going to be a method in which they're calling in on one line, and we'll watch how the time plays out.
I have the callers on the line. You can go ahead.
Hi, good evening, City Council members. My name is Linda Vu, and I was once a campaign manager for Steve Lee in 2016.
My name is Dr. Jacqueline Chung. I go by Jax, and I am the editor-in-chief and owner of Elk Grove Tribune. Mayor Steve Lee, since the start of your political career, you have sworn under oath 4 times to support and defend the Constitution. Tonight, we are here because you failed to honor that oath and the pledge to follow the city's code of ethics. For far too long, you have terrorized those who speak and hold you accountable. Enough is enough.
In yesterday's Elk Grove News article written by Elk Grove School Board trustee Nancy Tatis Espinosa, she courageously shared her Steve Lee story. She outlined petty tactics that she described as a whisper campaign to tarnish my ethical and moral reputation. This effort was led by Steve and his associates through multiple fake social media accounts. These are tactics not foreign to Linda, Jack, Bobby, or Jacqueline.
Linda Vu has been labeled as a disgruntled former employee who was fired by Mayor Lee, a criminal who embezzled money from the city of Elk Grove, a lazy employee who ate all the donated food, a slut with nothing better to do, and a puppet of Sacramento Unified School District trustee My Bank. Similarly to trustee Espinoza, she was accused of having secret transgressions.
Jazz Chung has been labeled as a hater of Hmong culture, a liar, a woman who caused her own miscarriage. She and her daughters have been threatened. She has filed reports. She was contacted by a member of the Hmong clan. A car in her driveway was egged. She and her husband have hired a bodyguard.
Bobby Singh Allen is on the Elk Grove Unified School District Board. She has been labeled as a liar. She has receipts and witnesses to prove that Steve Lee and his associates tried to contest her appointment to the Elk Grove Unified School District Board.
Elk Grove Unified School District trustee Nancy Chavez Espinoza has had false rumors spread that she caused her husband's former marriage to end. In reality, her husband was never married to her stepson's mother and had nothing to do with their separation. She was not making that up. She was not making up that Steve Lee recruited someone to run against her in 2016 election. Yesterday evening, Steve enlisted one of his surrogates to attack Nancy's credibility within hours of her story being released. CSC Director Jacqueline Moreno has been labeled as a racist who said to not understand Hmong culture. Jacqueline never asked for Mayor Lee to denounce the Hmong clan system or his clan. She asked him to denounce patriarchy and for him to denounce the practice of using men to harass, intimidate, threaten, and suppress the voices of women.
Dr. Firdaus Sheikh, a known associate of Mayor Lee, repeatedly accosted Linda, myself, Bobby, and Jacqueline online while engaging in victim shaming, blaming, and harassment. Not only can we prove Dr. Sheikh's association to Mayor Lee, we can demonstrate she is a criminal who currently has active charges against her and a settlement hearing set for September. Some of the very things that she said and did and harassment which occurred happened on Mayor Steve Lee's Facebook page. Tonight, we demand the City Council members to censure Steve Lee for refusing to take accountability for his involvement and complacency. And we also demand that the city opens a case with an independent entity outside of the Elk Grove Police Department to investigate.
While we have respect for the Elk Grove PD, we believe an independent investigation by an organization or individual not connected to the city of Elk Grove is necessary. To the members of the City Council, we ask that you stand with us here and now and do the right thing. We have nothing to hide. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you. This is Mayor Steve Lee. Let me just put it out there. Regarding the allegations made by Linda Vu and Ms. Jack Chung, I stand by what I said in the statement issued on June the 30th. I condemn these cowardly actions by anyone, and I support the full and thorough investigation of this matter. To suggest that I am sending people to threaten or to intimidate anyone is just false. Ms. Vu is entitled to express her opinions and belief, but I've said it before, and I'll say it again tonight. The job that she wanted 4.5 years ago belonged to someone else at the time, and was not hers to demand for it. Airing her personal grievances in city council chambers is neither productive nor helpful. Given Ms. Vu's violent history and fixation on me and my family, Her continued escalation of threats and harassment of me and my wife on social media has caused me to be fearful for the safety of myself and my family. It's been 4.5 years. Please just stop. And finally, Chief Albright, I understand that there has been an investigation. Can you share whether there was any indication or findings that a crime was committed by anyone?
Sure, Mayor. On or about June 29th of 2020, the Elk Grove Police Department was made aware of multiple incidents relating to allegations of criminal behavior. And following a comprehensive review by my staff, a review of statements, evidence, our detectives were unable to establish that a crime had occurred. At this point, our investigation is considered closed, pending any further evidence brought forward.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker would be speaker number 4 in the order, and I believe that's Mai Foster, and staff will be making that connection.
We have the caller on the line. You can go ahead, caller. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Lee and City Council members. This is Mia Foster. I have been an Elk Grove resident for over 11 years now. And until recently, I had never really paid much attention to local politics. However, recent events have transpired within our community that have been very disconcerting to me. Statements have been made by a couple of our elected officials right here in Elk Grove about the Hmong culture, of which I'm a part of which my children are a part of. Elk Grove Unified School District Board of Education trustee Bobby Singh Allen described the Hmong community as a controlling and intimidating system used to attack and silence women. CSD Director Jacqueline Moreno demanded that the Hmong community dismantle the patriarchy within its system. And within the last month or so, op-eds, open letters, and articles have all been published denigrating the Hmong community. Just yesterday, the SACB published another article about us, just as the previous pieces that were published before it. This article sought to interpret the Hmong culture through the lens of a Western worldview. It's a worldview which continues to exhibit its dominance over minority cultures today. My understanding of everything that's been going on is that the Hmong community is being used as collateral damage in whatever personal and or political agenda is driving all of this. And the woman leading these efforts is a local political insider by the name of Linda Vu. Now, on July 12th, 2020, I actually had an online exchange with Linda where I essentially asked her to stop using her personal and political vendetta against the mayor of Elk Grove to publicly slander the Hmong community. I also asked her to please take up her grievances with the mayor at the polls this November, as I would be doing the same. And in response, Linda Vu threatened me based on information she claims to have gathered that could lead her to find out where I lived. I've since filed a police report regarding this threat that was made by Linda Vu. For someone who works in local politics, threatening a mere constituent for voicing my opinions should be a serious concern, and it violates the trust that we've placed in our political system. Linda Vu is weaponizing her political prowess to find out where her constituents might be living and then threatening them. It's Linda who's using the political system to control, intimidate, attack, and silence women. And the elected officials who've also been making disparaging statements regarding my entire ethnic community also need to be held accountable for potentially inciting hatred against us, especially during a time when Asian Americans have already been experiencing a spike in hate crimes as a result of the coronavirus. Thank you for your time.
And that concluded the speaker's comments. That would take us on to speaker 5, I do believe.
Jason, we've been unable to reach speaker 5. We've called several times and there hasn't been an answer. So we're going to move on to caller 6.
Thank you. And I'll try reaching out via email to see what if we can make a connection.
Okay, thank you.
I have caller number 6 on the line. You may go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. It is disturbing to hear what is happening in the city of Portland of the secret police tactics being used on U.S. citizens exercising their First Amendment right to protest, of being snatched off the streets in unmarked vehicles by unidentified, quote-unquote, law enforcement personnel, eerily reminiscent of, among other historical examples, the country of Chile under General Augusto Pinochet, as well as the typical brutal protest suppression tactics used by police, such as tear gassing, shooting non-lethal projectiles aimed at the face and eyes, and using batons on said protesters. It has come to light that what is happening in Portland may have been coordinated by the head of the Portland Police Union in conjunction with President Trump's goon squad of the U.S. Border Patrol Agency. Will the City Council formally denounce the degradation of the civil liberties and the attack on the Constitution of the United States by President Trump and the U.S. Border Patrol? Will the Chief of Police assure the City Council that the head of the Elk Grove Police Union will not go behind the backs of the Elk Grove City Council, the mayor, and the Chief of Police to communicate and contact Homeland Security and Border Patrol and bring in President Trump's goon squad / secret police / Gestapo into Elk Grove? Will members of Elk Grove City Council who have received and or will receive endorsements from any law enforcement unions renounce said endorsement, or if not, identify themselves that they proudly received such endorsements? Thank you.
And that sounded like the end from that caller, which will take us on to our next caller. And I believe that's going to be caller number 7 on our list. Sorry for the sequencing. It's us trying to keep track of a large volume of callers that came in for tonight's meeting.
I have the caller on the line. Caller, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Paul Lindsay. I'm a resident of Elk Grove and have been a resident for 35 years. Wanted to take a moment to discuss what I consider an issue of vital importance to the community. You've heard tonight that there have been credible accounts, recent accounts of harassment and bullying actions, either promulgated by or done on behalf of Mayor Lee. We've heard accounts from prominent citizens in our community, and even if you discount the account of Ms. Vu, as one caller suggested, we still have accounts from Ms. Nancy Cheris Espinoza, Ms. Bobby Singh Allen, and Dr. Jackie Chung. These have been separate, extensive, detailed, and credible accounts of individuals who have been harassed by Mr. Lee or his associates. In this day and age, such accusations must not and should not be taken lightly or dismissed out of hand. Given the substance and weight of the accusations, it is my belief that the City Council must rise up and speak out against this pattern of intimidation and harassment. A simple statement condemning this form of harassment and intimidation is not enough. There must be concrete action. I believe that the only appropriate action is for the City Council to unanimously issue a formal censure of Mr. Lee and the actions of his associates. A formal censure would express the desire of the Council that individuals must adhere to the City's Code of Ethics and that they are accountable for their actions and those who work on their behalf. It will set a standard for fair and ethical treatment of all Elk Grove citizens. Failure to act on and approve a censure of Mr. Lee will also tell us much about those of you who currently represent us. I'd ask that you put this on your agenda for the next City Council meeting for appropriate action. Thank you very much.
And that sounds like it concluded the comments of the speaker. We're moving on to speaker number 8.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor Lee and City Council members. My name is Maituva, and I am an Elk Grove resident. I have lived here for almost 20 years now. And first of all, I want to apologize to all of you, and including our Elk Grove residents, that the tantrum of a vindictive and angry person has taken up all of your time. Since June, Linda Vu has been raging all across social media trying to smear Mayor Lee's character. She is obsessed and fixated on the mayor. Her smear campaign has escalated and it won't stop. She's even threatened to fight the mayor's wife, and it's ridiculous. What you are seeing are vengeful tactics of a mean, malicious, narcissistic, and sick person. She has conjured this ridiculous smear campaign because she wanted to work for the mayor, and he said no. We are not living in the dark ages. Patriarchy and its issues are not unique to only the Hmong community. As a Hmong woman, believe me when I tell you that we are supported by our community. When our people were persecuted, Hmong women were chosen to be the keepers of the Hmong history through the clothes that we wear and the folk songs that we sang to preserve the culture. In fact, the first elected official of Hmong descent in the United States was a Hmong woman. The first highest elected official in the United States is a Hmong woman. They are both married to Hmong men, both supported by the familial clan system that Linda's and the Smash the Patriarchy groups are raging against. These are the same people who are screaming to abolish and or defund the police. Our Hmong community is not perfect, but it is changing for the better. Hmong men like Mayor Lee are making those needed changes. The Linda Vus of the world refuse to acknowledge this because their unhappiness is personal and anti-Hmong. Most were likely born here, and they don't understand the intricacy of the Hmong culture. They don't understand it. So they want to dismantle it completely. They don't ask how they can help, but they just want to get rid of it. They know that
remains
have your ears in sympathy, and they throw words out like silence woman, oppress woman, and control woman. So far from the truth of the multi-level and the purpose of the familial clan system. For anyone who believes Linda, please stop enabling her. Please help her find professional help. Help her come to terms with herself. You are being played. Linda depends on your ignorance of the Hmong community as non-Hmong. How can you possibly understand the clan system when even these American-born Hmongs don't understand? Linda is a dangerous person and will attack anyone who questions the validity of her accusations. Linda Wu and Jax Chung are just minnows in these dark, vested shark waters. Council members, please tell your friend Gary Davis that we certainly don't need his kind of leadership. Elk Grove is thriving without him. If he wants to be mayor again, he should run a campaign without the ugliness and stop hiding behind the shadows of Linda Vu and Jax Chung to do his dirty work. Thank you.
And I think that concludes our caller. That'll take us on to caller 9, which I believe is St. Thor.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, good evening, everyone. My name is St. Thor. Thank you, Mayor Steve Lee, and council members for giving me the opportunity to speak. First and foremost, I want to say that I've been a resident of Elk Grove for 20 years now, and I am proud to say that I am Elk Grovian. Sadly, though, there are some other issues that I'm not so proud about. I wanted to comment on some of the things I've been seeing in the news recently, specifically regarding Mayor Steve Lee's allegedly sending Hmong clan members to intimidate and silence a lady by the name of Linda Fu. Mayor Steve Lee does not have that type of authority to dictate and to delegate this. So that's pretty bogus, pretty nonsense. There's no basis for these allegations, and Linda Vu has been fabricating stories about Mayor Lee and the Hmong community and the Hmong clan. And it's my opinion that she's mentally unstable, violent, and delusional at times. No one's trying to take steps to silence Linda Vu. That's the beauty of our country, you see. So our country, our democracy, Linda can say whatever she wants. As can I, right? So these allegations are just nonsense. Individuals who know Linda Vu and who are close to her have cited that she's a violent individual who has been arrested for multiple times for assaulting and stabbing her own brothers. Not only that, she's also been arrested for brutally beating up her sister-in-law. These anger issues stem from a history of alcoholism and substance abuse. Her family
remains
because of the unstableness. She has no understanding of leadership and just has some sort of vendetta towards Mayor Steve Lee, and no one understands. Our Hmong community is a tight group who supports one another. Our Hmong culture, our family system is composed of 18 clans who supports our community and resolves conflict within our community. Threats and violence are never condoned. Mayor Steve Lee openly invites law enforcement to look into these allegations. And police chief just confirmed detectives were not identifying or substantiating any wrongdoings. Our focus should be about our Elk Grove community, our small businesses, and our kids, our schools, and trying to find out how to live safely in this pandemic. Please don't forget the people of Elk Grove and the worries that families face daily. Let's stick to the fundamental issues at hand and not divert our energy and focus elsewhere. And with that, I yield. I hope Linda gets some help.
I think that concluded the speaker's comments. Our next speaker is Jim Chong. And we thank everyone for your patience as we move through these callers. It's a process for us to pull in the folks we dial out to them. And, so we ask everyone to be ready to receive those phone calls, and then our staff patches them through.
Caller, you can go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. I wanted to just make a comment that I really would like the city business to be city business, not politics to be pulled in. And a lot of the things that I've been reading, and I've been doing a lot of assessing, I do believe that we have to be fair about everything. A lot of things are guided by perception. I have, witnessed the mayor amongst different people. I believe that he's always been very thought through and, of course, confident in what he does, yet very humble. And I think a lot of the allegations that have been reported are not indicators of what I've witnessed, nor several of the people that I have talked to within the community have witnessed as well. As a matter of fact, quite to the contrary, he doesn't usually respond, immediately, meaning he does think through things. And he supported many women events, even Hmong women, regular women. And I think to depict him in a certain way, I'm just somebody that does not like these sort of things being perpetuated, especially at a time like this. It's really a waste of time. But I also, have read several things, and I've actually witnessed some different things that people brought to my attention, where some of the people that are reporting some of these things, it does seem like there is an ulterior motive in terms of just getting at Mayor Lee. And what I've noticed is that, just other people have been bringing up facts even about, the history of the person. And I think certain things are brought into question. Whether they're true or not, they seem to be true based on certain things that I've seen in terms of posts and stuff, where certain posts would disappear. And also about the background of the person, it does seem like, there has been some
remains.
Negativity. Huh?
You have
1 minute remains of your time.
Yeah. And so I just think that in all fairness, right now we don't necessarily need to be shooting the pilot if the pilot is steering the plane in a decent direction. Of course, people are going to be having different experiences, but for, maybe one or a couple of people to have such a magnitude of influence to really direct things in a really negative light, I think that's not really what the city needs at this time.
And I think good oversight and just a good thorough research. I personally think people that bring out things that position things in a negative way should also, bring up their background, or they should be looked at to see how credible what they're saying are. Social media is very powerful in terms of leading people to believe in certain things in a certain direction. Without knowing all the facts, we cannot really ascertain what the truth is. And a lot of people that I've noticed is feeling a lot of things because of the economy or for various reasons. And I just think that we need to hear all sides and facts to a story, not just one-sided on opinions like this. So thank you for listening to my comments.
That concluded Speaker 10. We have our caller 11, and I believe that is Mr. Randy Becker.
Caller, you can go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Community member that doesn't have an iron in the fire or an agenda, basically nonpartisan over this matter. Mr. Mayor, you've gotten yourself in a pretty good pickle. I don't want to discuss the culture, your culture, because I do not know enough about it, nor am I among. So it would be unfair for me to even discuss what went on or what has gone on. In a lot of ways, you've gotten yourself in a mess. But what does concern me, as I agree with Mr. Lindsay, that we've got community members, elected community members, women, that are coming forward and talking about how you have dealt with them and how things have happened to them that you have affected them. One of your major political supporters denounced your behavior, called for the Democratic clubs to denounce your behavior and rescind support to you. Another elected supporter also denounced you. So this isn't just one or two, it's now 3, 4, possibly even more. I think this has gone on long enough, and we have read enough to formulate a good opinion on what has gone on here. Not only that, we also know what on when Mr. Sorsey went out to the protesters at your CNU event. It all adds up, and it doesn't add up in your favor. And I would strongly suggest that you take a personal inventory, seek personal counseling, and the council needs to censor your behavior. It is unacceptable, inexcusable, and enough is enough. If you're going to be mayor of this city, your personal life, your personal choices should not take up the evening, but it is.
Minute
and
remains.
It will continue. So I'm asking the council to move forward with Mr. Lindsay's suggestion. And I don't need to hear from you, Mr. Mayor, unless you want to call me and sit down and have a conversation. I would be open to that. Other than that, thank you very much. Goodbye.
I believe that concluded Mr. Becker's comments, which would take us to Speaker 12, Diane Saturn. And staff will be making that connection. Again, we're in public comment for a regular meeting tonight on July 22nd. Just making those connections of our speakers under generally public comment to pull them into the meeting.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
And do we have you connected, Ms. Saturn?
Randy, talking?
If you can turn down the computer in the background so that there's not feedback, that would be great. And then you can go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. Sure. Good evening, Mayor Lee, Vice Mayor Dietrich, council members, and staff. Thank you for taking my call tonight. This is Diane Saturn, back to the small cell tower closed business dealings. There are real concerns here about the health impact on me, my family, and affected neighbors. But of course, it doesn't matter because it does not affect any of you or your family members. It saddens me to know that my city mayor, whom my family and I voted for, and council members have absolutely no concerns about the safety of their constituents besides their own political platform. Mr. Warner, your July 20th letter basically said it all. The deal has already been sealed. Shame on all of you. Mayor Lee asked you to reach out to all residents on Medina Way, but you chose to only address this pitiful letter, which is full of lies, to only the residents who signed the petition. In the MLA agreement, Exhibit C, Attachment 2, there were several emails asking the city to do your due diligence in researching this issue and take into consideration their concerns, the negative impact it would have on everyone's health, but not once did any of you take into consideration any of these concerns. You continued business as usual. I find it very interesting how the city has made amendments to the city's telecommunications municipal codes about cell tower antenna placements, permit requirements, facilities, and zoning, but the city will not acknowledge that the fact that they can make amendments about regulating operations, which is not against FCC regulations or the Telecommunications Act of 1996. Mr. Hobbs, as the city's attorney, you, out of all people, should be responsible for doing your due diligence for Elk Grove residents' best interests and being able to research and cite specific statutes and laws about this matter and inform our mayor and council members about this issue. But you chose to look the other way as well. Shame on you as well. I am extremely appalled and disappointed in all of you who are my so-called leaders. The only request you have considered to review is the Davis, Burbank, and Berkeley biannual random testing requirements and satisfy our request for a meeting, which we asked for, and close the doors as soon as you can. Besides that, you have failed to consider any other request.
Remains.
Mr. Warner, you indicated the city has numerous meetings and issued public notices. The city had 2 meetings on July 18th and August 28th, 2019. The first notice to selected Modena Way residents was dated July 20th, 2020, which was a direct result of the petition submitted to the city on May 13th, 2020. So basically what I'm getting is that the city has implied they only need to meet once before they agree to any business agreement, and upon a second meeting, a deal is already considered sealed. Shameful. I thought Elk Grove was better than that. I will be replying to your letter and email. Thank you, take care, stay safe, and have a great evening.
And that concluded the comments of caller 12. That'll move us on to our caller 13. And I don't believe I had a name for this caller. We just had a contact.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Can everybody hear me?
Loud and clear. Please proceed.
Hello, Mayor, and good evening, Mayor and City Council. I am a Hmong mother and a wife who has been married to a Hmong man for almost 2 decades. I'm a voter for the city of Elk Grove. I'm calling in to tell you all that Linda Vu is not to be trusted. She's manipulated. She's a bullier. She attacks everyone whose opinions do not support her narrative. She doesn't do not support Linda Vu in her claims. She's not a victim. She's a perpetrator. Linda Vu's actions are wrong and irresponsible, that have deeply hurt and bring shame to the Hmong community. The Hmong community is peaceful and do not deserve this. I demand Linda Vu to apologize to the Hmong community and to all the people she hurted. Thank you.
That sounded like the conclusion of the comments from caller 13. That'll take us to caller 14, who is Firdos Sikh.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you so much. I've been a citizen of Elk Grove for the last 30 years. Recently, I've been a little surprised to see unrest in our community, especially targeting certain communities. There was one lady, Linda Vu, who's on social media. She's been slandering this community, the Hmong community. I've known many Hmong people here in Elk Grove. They seem to be a peace-loving, very united, and constructive community where they help each other to keep their interests alive. They address all their issues like a family, and Elk Grove by far has been a family-oriented community, which I've enjoyed for the last 30 years. I've also recently seen that some of the elected officials from the school board, they have aligned together. I'm shocked at the unrest they're creating against the mayor of Elk Grove. It's been rather disappointing that elected officials would align to that extent. They are getting hold of a person like Linda Wu, who apparently has a arrest record. She's stabbed some family members. She's done some horrific things. But aligning with people like her, who's I understand, who's turning against her own community and propagating this really is shocking, especially people in the school board. I really expect them to be more constructive in how they tackle with their likes and dislikes. Social platforms should not be used to slander an entire community in Elk Grove. This is spreading bad vibes, and that is very concerning for me because it is a very family-oriented community. We have done beautifully. Look at the way we thrive. We have so many businesses. We have young families with children. We most certainly do not need people who are advocating to be leaders, but actually they are spreading the wrong message. They're targeting entire communities. This is most certainly in very poor taste. And
1 minute remains.
All right. I think the other big concern I have is about the corona. I see people in the park sitting and having some art lessons without any masks. There are groups still in Elk Grove. We really need to take this seriously. I wish we could, mandate that they have to wear a mask and, fight this corona as best as we can because the numbers are increasing. I would much rather the elected officials focus on things like health instead of targeting the mayor or slandering people and entire communities. So that's my 2 cents worth, and I hope Elk Grove will be back to being the amazing community we are, and all the businesses and everything will thrive, and we can start focusing on how to rebuild Elk Grove after corona. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the conclusion of Speaker 14. That will take us on to Speaker 15, Maisy Zhang.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Maisy Zhang. I am calling in support of Mayor Steve Lee. I had heard recently about the allegations that were being made against Mayor Lee that he had supposedly used the patriarchal Hmong clan ways to silence a young woman. And when I heard about it, I just was shocked. I'm calling in support of him because I work, by career-wise, I'm a social worker. And so I work with the community, the Hmong community, the women community especially, and I just wanted you all to know that Mayor Lee, even way back then in 2013, he had just been elected onto the Elk Grove Unified School District School Board, and I led the a Hmong Silence Forum to talk about to bring about awareness against domestic violence against Hmong women. And this was an initiative that we, all of the Hmong women throughout the United States, we had coordinated this event. And we all, from all parts of the United States, we coordinated this event to happen on the same day. And I happen to be the chairperson for this event here in Sacramento. And he was here on that day as an elected official, even though his position at that time was just a school board member. But then, he was gracious enough, supportive enough of our Hmong women, and to come out and to be on this forum with us and to talk and to address these issues, to stop domestic violence against Hmong women, to bring about awareness. And this is a forum that was very successful. We had Hmong community leaders, men who typically would not talk about these issues unless it was specifically brought up to them. where they all came together that day to talk about, because we felt that it was an issue that was prominent enough or important enough that needed to be addressed from the top down, which needed to be addressed from all of our leaders, our Hmong leaders, our clan, our 18 clan leaders, down to any representatives, any elected individuals of Hmong descent, to come and to talk to the community, to talk about these issues. And he was very supportive. I'm calling in because I am in support of him. I know that what has been alleged against him is preposterous. I don't ever see him doing that at all. I see that, he is very encouraging, and he has always been supportive of Hmong women and women in general. He has always worked to support us. And so I just wanted to call in and express my thoughts on Mayor Lee and how he is. I've known him since we've moved into the greater Sacramento area for over 14 years. And so he has always been a very cordial gentleman towards
Jason, was that the 3-minute timer?
Indeed.
Let alone women of all races. And so that's what I wanted to say to the council and let everyone know that. Thank you.
That concludes the comment of caller number 15. Caller number 16 is Mr. Mark Graham.
Hello.
You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Lee, council, and staff. Mark Graham, Elk Grove. Yesterday, I sent you an email with two documents: the letter from Diane Saturn on May 18th and the city's response from Jeff Warner dated July 20th. I asked you to read both letters. Did you read them? I am asking you again, please read both of those letters. You need to know what's going on, how the city is blowing off resident requests, and you don't. The city's response, which took 2 months, is very incomplete. Mr. Werner and Mr. Hobbs, who I am sure approved the letter, devoted 2 pages out of a 3.5-page letter to writing about all the supposed meetings the city had on cell antenna policy. But there were only 3. And the city did not mention at any of those 3 meetings that you were considering permitting a cell antenna at Monterey Trail High School or any of the other sites. The master license agreement and the staff report, first made public in July 2019, failed to identify any of the 15 cell antenna sites by address. It only identified them by latitude and longitude. Unbelievable. The city's first notice to the residents of Modena Way was July 20th, 2 days ago. This is just poor government. Every city council member should have been given a draft of that letter, and you should have reviewed it and provided input before Mr. Werner sent it out. You cannot trust this staff. That should be obvious. You will see that when you read these 2 letters. They blew it off. You would have quickly realized that the letter was incomplete. Overall, the city council needs to be more involved. I have told you this before. I'm getting all this feedback. Mr. Werner and Mr. Hobbs completely blew off the request in the Diane Saturn letter number 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17. I'm asking you
1 minute remains,
Mr. Again, and provide a complete response this time. You council members have all failed to ask Mr. Hobbs to brief you on the city's regulatory power over cell antennas. I've given you specific questions before. You appear too afraid to ask him. Who on this council will exercise leadership tonight by asking Mr. Hobbs to brief the council on these points? There are 5 leaders sitting on the dais. Which one of you will show some leadership? Number 1, the city can regulate the operation of cell antennas to protect health and environment. 2, the city can regulate cell antennas to limit the number of them. 3, the city can regulate cell antennas to limit their proximity to homes. If you demand that Mr. Hobbs specifically address these facts, he will either lie to you or will tell you, yes, that is correct. That will be an enormous step forward. The city will have many more applications for cell antenna permits, and you need to know what your powers are. And please be honest in your communication with residents. want to read to you a quotation from one of the California codes and see if you recognize it. Is that it?
Yes, your time is ended.
That's the 3-minute timer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I believe Mr. Graham has concluded his comments. Appreciate Mr. Graham being mindful of the time frame. That takes us to speaker 17. We only had a first name provided of Nick.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. The Hmong community is a very peaceful and loving community. The Hmong does not condone violence or threat violence. Linda Wu is to be not believable. She does not represent the Hmong community. She is far from being a leader. She does not even have an understanding of Hmong culture. She is rejected and disowned by her immediate and extended family. She has an arrest record of stabbing her brother and also one brutally beating her sister-in-law. The Hmong community, again, is very lovingly and peaceful. We cannot or we will not allow this threat or social media posted. Same thing applied to Jack Chung, the editor of Elko Tribune. She also lied through this because there's no Hmong leader that will call and threat her. I know it because, again, the Hmong is very peaceful and loving community. Let's work politics and don't allow this thing, politics belong in city chamber. Please focus on elder concern like saving our local businesses and protecting our residents from this pandemic. Thank you very much.
It sounded like that concluded the comments of speaker 17, which would take us on to speaker 18. And again, a first name of May provided.
Caller, if you can turn down the computer in the background, we're getting some feedback, and go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, can you hear me?
We can. You're a little faint, so if you can.
Sorry, Serge. Thank you, Mayor Lee, Vice Mayor, and City Council members for your time. I want to voice my concern regarding the constant attacks by Mayor Lee by Linda Wu on social media and across all media sites, online and newspaper outlets. I want to say that Linda Wu is not one to be believed. She does not represent the Hmong community, and she is not a Hmong leader. She doesn't even have an understanding of her own Hmong culture, and that is why she is so outspoken to get rid of her own 18 clans. She has been rejected and disowned by her immediate and extended family members for her violent and constant attacks on her own family members. And this is her personal vendetta that fuels her hatred for Hmong 18 clans and for Mayor Lee as well. Linda is a violent person, and she has many arrest records, and one of them is for stabbing her brother, and then for harassing her sister-in-law at work, and then for also dragging and beating up her sister-in-law in front of their own relatives. The Hmong family system is composed of 18 families who use the 18 families for culture and religious ceremonies and conflict mediation. We're a peaceful and loving community, and we do not condone violence or request of violence towards anyone or such. And until you have a better understanding of the Hmong 18 clans, I suggest that you do not judge them. Please do your own research and learn about our beautiful culture and traditions and what the 18 clans stand for. Please don't let one person's allegations paint a negative picture of 18 clans of Hmong people. In conclusion, I want to say that politics don't belong in City Hall chambers. Please focus on Elk Grove and concerns like saving our local businesses and protecting our residents from this pandemic. They have enough to worry about and to improve rather than listen to childish rap by Linda Vu. Thank you for your time.
That concluded the comments from caller 18. Before we move on, we are in the midst of our public comment segment, general public comment, section 5 of the agenda. And I would just touch base with those that are calling in. If you can minimize other streaming devices that are in your vicinity. If you're watching the live feed of the council meeting on another computer, please put it on mute or power down that device because it creates an audio feedback. In addition, for anyone on a cell phone, using a speaker phone option can cause a lot of feedback when we're using these various devices in order to make the connection. And so if you just turn off any speaker devices or any other devices that are in your vicinity, it does cause feedback when all these technologies interact with one another. With that, we will move on towards speaker 19, Kai Zhang. And please correct me if I am incorrect in pronouncing any names.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, well, my name is Jai Vang. I'm a voter of Elk Grove, and I just want to a couple minutes about the issue with the Mayor Steve Lee and Linda Vu. My thing about this, Linda Vu has really not a credible person by calling out the mayors, because I think her character really reveals on what she's not about our community and what she stands for. So that's why I just want to try in a couple minutes about the issue. I think the mayor has done so much wonderful things for the community with regard to issues that regards women, progressive, and make sure there's opportunity for our young ladies in our community. So with that said, as well as the community itself, it's very a complex community, and for someone to try to discredit the community, the clan, you have to live and to understand that what goes on in our daily lives and what issues that Linda really brought up doesn't really reflect our value, doesn't reflect our vision of our community. And I just think that what she attacked the mayor about it doesn't reflect our value as a community. And I just want to point that out, that for someone that has been arrested, someone that harass and beat somebody, another person really can't speak to value about a progressive issue that affects the ladies or the women in our community. And I just want to passionately convey that to all the members and whoever's listening out there, that the mayor has done wonderful things for the city of Elk Grove and the whole community as well. And I think that I think that his value, his reflection, his leadership reflects what we stand for. And I think for someone to try to attack the mayor, almost like character of assassination, I just don't think that's called for. So I just want to try in that, hey, there.
1 minute remains.
We can agree to disagree, but not to the point of trying to literally assassinate a person's character without valid evidence of what has gone on. But I just want to point out the mayor has really been out there creating opportunities for young girls and ladies within our community. So I just want to point out that for Linda to come out to attack, I think she has little credibility, little understanding of what goes on within our community. So I just want to point that out to the whole community or whoever's taking my comment. That's it.
That sounded like that concluded the comments of caller 19. That'll take us to caller 20, Tae Zhu. And just as kind of an advance, we had a caller 21 had a scheduling conflict, was not able to participate this evening. And so the next one after that will be caller 22. So if anybody sees the jump in the sequence. But right now we're at caller 20, Tae Zhu. And again, if I'm pronouncing a name incorrectly, please do correct me.
Yeah, Tae Zhu.
And we can hear you clearly. Please proceed.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mayor and City Council members, for giving me this opportunity to make myself heard. I just thought that I'd share with you my story. I am the biological brother of Linda Vu. In September 6, 2010, she stabbed me, and as a result of that, I was taken to the hospital. I chose not to press charge against her because, of course, I didn't want this to go outside our family. But thinking back, I should have pressed charge. On May 7th of 2016, she assaulted my then girlfriend at a family member's housewarming party. Going back to the September 6th, 2010 stabbing, which was reported to the Sac County Sheriff Department, and that report number is 2010-0159-811. As her brother, I see that she is mentally unstable. She fabricates stories to make herself to be the victim. So don't be deceived by this person. She finds enjoyment in malicious attacks against those who are at odds with her. She's very violent. As far as the Hmong 18 clan system,
1 minute remains.
And it does many goods for our community. Thank you, Mayor Steve Lee, for representing the Hmong community and the community in general, the community of Elk Grove. You are a great example for future Hmong men and women to pursue life in politics. Thank you.
And that sounded like the conclusion of comments from the speaker. A little bit of housekeeping for anyone that's keeping track. We're moving on to speaker 23, I believe is Denise Walker. And hold on, we're not quite hearing the speaker yet, staff. So hold on, Ms. Walker. I don't think we have you connected through just yet. Thank everyone for their patience as we make these patches through. I could hear the phone in the next room, but I didn't hear it coming through. And I think what we're doing is staff's just making that connection with Ms. Walker.
Okay, caller, we have you on the line now. You may go ahead with your 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Denise Walker. I've been a citizen of Elk Grove for well over 26 years. I'm a homeowner here. With all the people coming forward with the problems they've had with Mayor Steve Lee, I think it's time for Mr. Lee to step down as the mayor and withdraw from the mayor's race. He has become an embarrassment to our fine city. Elk Grove is better than this, and we deserve a lot better. And that's all I have to say. Thank you. Goodbye.
And that concludes the comments of caller number 23. Caller number 24 is Yang Lor. And I think we're making those connections. I can hear the phone ringing in the next room. And thank you everyone for your patience as we make these connections to patch folks through.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, yes, my name is Yang, and I am calling in regards to Steve Lee, Mayor Steve Lee, excuse me. And I would just like to say that he has been a champion and a supporter for Hmong women. And when I had to come to him for information for my congressional studies and my leadership program, he was more than happy to go and help me out with everything that he could. And with everything that Linda is doing, you can tell that it's not something that is trying to create positive change. I consider myself a change advocate, although I'm here in Colorado. I do a lot of work in the community, and I have run into a lot of people that don't necessarily see eye to eye with women being in particular positions of authority and power, positions, any sort of titles above just being a wife and a mother. And personally, the way that I have worked with it, and a lot of other leaders that I've learned from, is that going about change is collaboration, it's networking, it's pulling in resources together. And that is what Steve does. And he does that beautifully. He does that respectfully, and he does that in a positive way. No matter what's thrown at him, he always takes care of it and always discusses it in a professional manner. And that is why I am very proud of Mayor Steve Lee, and I am a big champion and supporter of his work and how he helps out the Hmong women in our community. So I just wanted to go ahead and spend some time today to let you guys know, coming all the way from Colorado, how he's already been helping me and is continuing to help me grow.
You have 1 minute. You can continue if you need to.
Oh, no, sorry. I thought I heard some sort of break or something. Can you guys still hear me?
We can.
Okay, perfect. But no, thank you so much for listening and just providing me this opportunity. But that's all I wanted to say. And he is just great at what he does. And he is a very, very empowering individual, especially for the Hmong women in our community. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
And thank you, caller. I think that's taking us on to caller 25, Lynn Wheat.
Thank you so much for listening. And
I think we're just making the phone connections here.
You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. This is Lynn Wheat, and I just thank you for the time to speak tonight. The latest city decision to abandon the 100-acre soccer complex project and change it to a light industrial designation underscores the reason why the city needs to get out of the real estate business. Taxpayers spent $4.4 million to purchase this property and spent unknown additional dollars on feasibility studies and environmental reviews. Now, according to the closed session agenda, the city is negotiating to buy the Rite Aid building on Waterman and Elk Grove Boulevard. Here we go again. I have spoken on practically every land purchase the city has made and asked without any response to see the appraisal reports that justify the amounts paid for the properties. I have also asked, without any responses, that the city provide quantifiable tracking data that demonstrates the economic incentive packages, including discounted land, has had a positive economic impact. I am not against economic development. I just ask that if the city wants to act like the private sector and use taxpayer dollars to get into the real estate business and cut deals, that they also perform like the private sector and show us, shareholders, what the return was on our investment. Thank you.
I believe that concluded Speaker 20 or caller 25's comments. Take us on to caller 26, and I believe that's Feng Li.
Jason, we're not able to get that caller on the line. It just rings.
We can give that one a try. We have just a couple more, and I think I'm getting a few more coming in as we're talking, which would take us, we'll come back to caller 26, and the next is caller 27.
Okay, I actually have a correction. Caller 26 just kept ringing. They didn't answer. Caller 27, the number that was provided, is disconnected. We're not able to make a connection on that.
All right, you can look into that one. And I've got caller 28. Let's see if we can make that one. And then I have another one to send your way. And thank you everyone for the patience. We're trying to pull folks in that they were sending in just phone numbers as the meeting was going on.
Jason, caller number 28, we confirmed with them that they did not wish to make a public comment. So if you can hang tight, we'll call caller 29 that you just sent us.
Appreciate that. And I would like to give a hats off to Nicole Guttridge, our IT administrator, who's been helping to pull this off, making these remote phone calls. Nicole does a fantastic job of sometimes moving on the fly here as we have a few calls. And it is tough just to note that we are operating mostly from a verbal interface. It's very hard without the verbal cues. And so we appreciate everyone's patience as we move through this process.
Caller, you may go ahead. You have 3 minutes. You can go ahead and speak now.
Me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Hello, we can hear you. You're coming in loud and clear.
Hi, this is Elk Grove Unified School Board Trustee Bobby Singh Allen. Can you hear me?
We can. Please continue.
Excellent.
You're coming in loud and clear.
So I hadn't planned on calling in, but listening to the public comments, I am very disheartened and dismayed and angry. So first of all, I want you to know that I'm also calling on behalf of my colleague, Nancy Chaitis Espinosa, and also CCSD Director Jacqueline Moreno. We have been listening to the comments, and I have to say, this is just more of the same. First of all, this story is beyond Ms. Vu. So to continue to victim shame Ms. Vu in an orchestrated manner at the dais is just so disheartening. I'm in shock of what is happening to my city. These same types of coordinated attacks are things that I bore witness to firsthand, and so have others. And so has my colleague, Nancy Chaitis Espinosa, who provided a very detailed testimony yesterday. So can we just recognize that all of these comments, they're orchestrated and they're done in the same manner. You have the same talking point. Let's just attack a private citizen and discredit her. I mean, seriously, we are supposed to be engaging public discourse. I am just, again, I'm sad that this is happening in my city. I couldn't sit in silence anymore. And I feel like I've sat in silence far too long when it comes to the actions of Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, I gave you so many chances to do the right thing in our community. I gave you a tremendous amount of respect when you were elected, but constantly you were just unprofessional with me, even though I reached out with the olive branches. You were dismissive of me. But beyond that, this is really, I'm one person here. This is one story. But the fact that you sat on the dais and you went after Ms. Vu and even Ms. Chung, come on. We as a community, as citizens, we expect more from you. You're the mayor of our city.
And you sat there several minutes ago in that same orchestrated manner that a lot of us have become so familiar with by providing these attack messages. We deserve better. And I am disgusted that our mayor would use the city council time to go after private citizens. This story is beyond Ms. Vu. I shared my story. Ms. Nancy Chitis shared her story, and there's a lot of other women who have reached out. We will not be silenced by Mr. Lee anymore. I'm done. Thank you.
And thank you for that, caller, just for letting us know. It does help with the queues in terms of what we have. We've tried contacting some of the callers that we had. Two of the callers that we had difficulty getting in contact with. We've not been able to make that connection, mayor, vice mayor, and city council. And so with that, I'm checking my comms, and I don't have any further speakers on general public comment for tonight.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Let's move to the next section.
And that next segment is going to be section 6, general administration information.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. This is Jason Behrman, City Manager. A few items to report on this evening. Last week, the city and the Cosumnes CSD submitted a joint grant application to Race Forward, an organization that is home to the Government Alliance on Race and Equity. If awarded the grant, the city will contract with the Elk Grove nonprofit Sisters of Nia to offer a free 2-day youth leadership conference for 50-plus boys and girls of color ages 11 to 14, focused on promoting racial equity and justice and eliminating structural racism through the arts. Conference workshops in drama, spoken word, poetry, and art will be facilitated by professional artists of color from the Sacramento region. Additionally, as part of the grant, Sisters of Nia staff and will lead educational workshops for the community on diversity and cultural sensitivity. For residents looking to return to the water for fitness, Elk Grove Aquatic Center is now offering lap swimming hours. Swimmers can register for a 50-minute session in their own 25-yard lane Monday through Saturday from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. The cost per session is $7 to register. Please visit the CSD's website. Next Monday and Wednesday, July 27th and 29th, the city will be hosting online town hall meetings to discuss the 2021 housing element update. These meetings will provide residents with information about the housing element, what it does, share state requirements, provide our plan for offering households for all income levels, and review existing and candidate multifamily housing sites. After the presentation, staff will be available to answer any questions. Registration for the town hall is required. Links to register for the Monday afternoon or Wednesday evening sessions are available on the city's website, Facebook page, and included on Nextdoor. A few brief COVID-19 updates. As most of you are aware, on July 13th, Governor Gavin Newsom announced that all counties on the state's county monitoring list for 3 consecutive days are required to shut down certain industries and activities unless they can be modified to operate outside or by pickup. Of course, Sacramento County is on this list. And Sacramento County released an updated public health order on July 14th. Essentially, unless the businesses in these categories can operate outdoors, they're required to shut down. It includes fitness centers, worship services, offices for non-essential services, personal care services, nail salons, body waxing, tattoo parlors, hair salons, barber shops, and indoor malls. That's in addition to the ones that were announced prior to that, which includes bars, brew pubs, zoos, museums, wineries, restaurants, movie theaters, and family entertainment centers. This last Monday, the governor confirmed that barbershops, nail salons, massage parlors can operate outside following these new orders. Driving around town, you may have noticed the new streetlight banners, bus shelter ads, and our Old Town billboard promoting our Why Buy Local campaign. This campaign is focused on encouraging local consumer spending to aid in Elk Grove's economic recovery. It showcases Elk Grove businesses and some of the people behind them. Sales tax revenue is the single largest source of funding for the city's budget. Money from each local purchase is reinvested into the community to pay for things like animal services, roadway improvements, and social programs. Buying groceries, clothes, dine-in, or takeout, fuel, or haircut offers an opportunity to support these important local businesses and their families. And our Great Plates Delivered senior program continues with great success. We launched on May 13th. It's helping hundreds of seniors daily. We currently have 408 seniors in the program, 11 restaurants participating. There have been more than 61,000 meals that have been delivered to seniors in need since the program's launch. As of July 17th, Great Plates has invested more than $900,000 in local restaurants. Over 101 delivery hours have been logged by our staff, and over 527 volunteer hours have been provided by our BIPs and ambassadors, as well as staff from the Unified School District, CSD, and the city. A new extension to the program has the program running until at least August 9th. One other update on one of our projects that I wanted to highlight. This is relating to the city's the multi-sports complex, Southeast Grant Line Industrial Area Annexation. On July 20th, the city released a notice of preparation for a supplemental environmental impact report for the project area. The SEIR will address infrastructure improvements to serve the area and is based upon the analysis the city has undertaken since the approval of the SOI amendment in May of 2019. The SEIR will address proposed changes to the land plan where the city property would be designated light industrial, the sports complex would be allowed subject to approval conditional use permit, and the Kendrick property would be designated predominantly light industrial with the smaller 20-plus acre commercial block along Grant Line Road. The SEIR, aligned with direction the council provided in March 2020, designate the city property as surplus, providing a potential opportunity for industrial development, which does not necessarily preclude development of a future multi-sport complex. And that concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions that the council might have.
Are there any questions? Hearing that there are no questions, let's move on to council report. Let's start off with Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you, sir. I want to say I appreciate all the callers that called in earlier today. These last couple of weeks have been really tough for me. You see one letter regarding Mayor Lee, and then you see quite a few others pop up as well through op-eds, and even within our local citizen here as well. I want to say I also received over 30 letters from constituents and community members asking about censorship. And what I've learned is that the censorship is a judgment involving condemnation, the act of blaming or condemning sternly. It's an official reprimand. It's not an impeachment or removal of the office. I spoke to Mr. Hobbs, our attorney, and he assured me that censure is just a one and done. It doesn't resolve anything other than saying that we believe you did something wrong. Now, Mr. Paul Lindsay spoke earlier and he talked about concrete actions. And if we want to resolve anything, we need actions that are measurable, action items that show an individual showing ways to change or improve. As the first Hmong mayor, Mayor Lee, I understand and the expectations are really high for you. And I want to believe that during this time with the pandemic, while Asian Americans are being targeted nationwide, I want to believe that you want to do what's right and fix the wrong, because what's out there does not make our city look good, and it doesn't make the Asian Pacific Islander community look good. As a Vietnamese American woman raised in a traditional Asian household, I know that these bullying tactics and silencing of women exist, but they also exist in all cultures. I know that the clan system is centuries years old and that it's a form of community accountability. And it's not perfect, but neither is any other system. And that you alone, Mr. Mayor, can't fix it nor stop it, because it's going to take the shifting of the entire community who isn't quite ready to be there yet. Now, I don't want to ignore or discount what has been said about you by women in our community, elected women, as a matter of fact, including our trustee that called in earlier, Trustee Bobby Singh Allen, and even one that was on your team 2 years ago that you helped get elected. The things that they said are both disturbing and unacceptable. And what Trustee Bobby Singh Allen indicated earlier is that there are more to come out. So I have some action items that I'd like to request that you do to show that you're going to try to fix this, to resolve this, because if it wasn't you, as you say, it was a member of your campaign or a team or somebody or one of your associates. And Mr. Hobb, please stop me if I'm getting out of order here in these requests, but I'm requesting that you do a formal letter of apology to these ladies, Trustee Bobby Singh Allen, Trustee Nancy Charez Espinoza, Miss Linda Vu, and Miss Jax Chung, for the emotional distress that you and your team and associates have caused them. Second, I'd like for you to take some classes or some training around harassment or bullying. As elected officials, we're required to take these already, but maybe you need a refresher course, or maybe there's a more in-depth class that you can take. And I believe maybe our staff can help you with that. And these would be in addition to what we already have to take as elected officials. Third, I'd like for you to be able to pull together some Klan leaders. There's been a lot of talks about the Klan system, and I believe that many do not understand it. You know, I said earlier, we all have some form of accountability in our culture, and that the Klan system is a form of accountability in the Hmong culture. Our API community is known for having the entire family come together in times of crisis or family disputes or whatnot. So I'm very familiar with it as well. But I'd like for you, Mr. Mayor, not your staff, not your assistant or your campaign people, but you, for you to pull together Klan leaders to educate our community either through a Zoom meeting or some type of online platform about the Klan system, what it is, how it works, and then to be ready to answer questions. I feel like these are going to be very beneficial to our community who don't understand it. And lastly, I'd like for you during your public comment meeting or during our council meeting, during your public comments, for you to give us an update on where these 3 items are at that I've requested from you. I'll stop there because as Trustee Bobby Singh Allen has said earlier, this is really disheartening. As a woman, as an API woman, it really does break my heart to hear all this. And so we're calling you here, Mr. Mayor, to fix this. And I know you had a lot of folks call in to support you today, all the way from Colorado even, but there's also a amount of community members here as well who you have really caused some emotional distress. And we need you as the mayor, as the leader of this community, to fix this for our community and to fix this for our city. I'll stop there because I believe maybe other council members may have other things they'd like to say as well.
I'll respond to that, but council members, if you wanted to chime in. Okay.
Mayor.
Oh, go ahead.
It's Vice Mayor.
Vice Mayor, go ahead.
You know, I've typically tried to believe that we praise in public and criticize in private. But this is a very, very awkward situation that has been created. I know that you had the police chief talk earlier if there was anything founded that was against the law. Well, these issues may not be against the law, but this type of behavior is not to be excused. I would support the recommendation to at least bring this back to the next council meeting for the idea of you being censured. It's really disheartening to have one of our colleagues that has used tactics like this. It was even mentioned about Ty Sorcy, and those are all behaviors that have been propagated during your tenure on the council. And to use almost 2 hours of our time tonight for this, and you've done an excellent job campaigning when you don't like something that's going against you. And that tonight's no different than half the callers that you lined up to call in. Very similar that we had a few weeks ago during this pandemic, where you went to the media to try to get them to support you, and then also lined up dozens of callers to call in and send in emails on your behalf. You know, there's some people that called in today and so mentioned what a great job with all your accomplishments. To be honest with you, when people ask me what you've accomplished since you've been elected, you've ridden the coattails of the previous council and the existing council. So for it's very obvious. It's a very orchestrated when the emails and the phone calls all have the same basic content. And again, it's really disappointing to use the precious city council time and the disrespect that you're showing the rest of the council by doing this, as well as all of our team members, and as well as the general populace of the city. So I'll be a supporter to join any of the other council members who are willing to bring this back at our next council meeting. That's all I have.
Okay. Anyone else like to chime in?
I would like to move on with my council comments, if I may.
Go ahead, Councilmember Hume.
Thank you. So with respect to the meetings, I unfortunately could not attend the STA meeting where they rescinded the decision to ask the Board of Supervisors to put the sales tax measure on the ballot. So I'll let Councilman Soon address what occurred at that meeting. I did have a meeting with staff from the San Joaquin Regional Rail Commission and also City of Elk Grove staff to evaluate kind of a wrench in the process of getting the Elk Grove North Station sited, which was going to be up there adjacent to Cosumnes River Boulevard. That's still in works. I talked with the chair of the Regional Sanitation District today, and we're scheduling a meeting with herself, myself, and the district engineer to discuss options. Following that, I had a discussion about with our transit staff about Sacramento Regional Transit and the potential annexation and the timing of that, given the lack of the sales tax revenue coming in. And so that is an ongoing discussion. But I think the consensus seems to be that that's something that should be proceeded with caution. And then at the Regional Sanitation District meeting this morning, the interesting thing of note is that once again, finance staff for the district, by managing debt and cash management, has realized about a $1.2 million savings for the district of paying down debt early and switching over to lower interest bonds. And so I just want to recognize that. And the big item of note, speaking of giving praise to staff, was the announcement of the impending retirement of Vic Chiotani. Vic Chiotani was the principal engineer overseeing the Echo Water project, which largest public infrastructure improvement project to be undertaken in the Sacramento region that is upgrading our sewer treatment plant to tertiary treatment so that it will be cleaner water, both for reuse and also discharge into the river. And then with respect to council comments and future agenda items, I had an issue here in my neighborhood of a young man ostensibly living in his car. And I turned a blind eye to it initially and then remained there beyond the legal 72 hours. And I observed him. He had a rather large Rottweiler with him. And I say all of this because, you know, obviously we're in tough times and I don't know what his story was. And so finally, I reached out to the chief and asked that we make contact with this individual. And I just want to recognize officers Jessica Villarreal and Jen McHugh. They're two POP officers who are essential in homeless outreach. And it was relayed to me in an email that they not only made contact with the individual, but learned his story, paid out of their pocket to put a little gas in his car, and contacted the animal shelter to have them provide some dog food for his dog. And so I'm going to read a section of an email. I won't say who it's from because I didn't ask their permission to read the email, but it says, "I love being a part of an amazing department. We have amazing, caring officers who go way above the call of duty and do not ask for recognition. I just feel Jen and Jess should know I appreciate what they do for their job, community, and our four-legged friends who don't have a voice." So I just think that was a pretty amazing story. And I would like to ask for council concurrence to bring back a proclamation recognizing our officers and codifying council support for our department and the amazing men and women who serve the city every day. And if council members agree, I've already reached out to the chief, and he would be willing to help provide verbiage for that document.
Okay. All right. Excellent. I will support that. Councilmember Sun.
Well, hold on, Mayor. I want to get council concurrence on that, and then I'll move on to the rest of the.
Okay. We need one more.
Detrick supports it.
I support that.
Yeah. Good.
Excellent. Okay. So now for the elephant in the room. Let me just start by saying this is not a Hmong issue, and it's certainly not an indictment of Hmong culture. And I just want to caution people that you don't have the correct lens to look at another culture that you're not a part of and understand the intricacies and complexities involved there. And so I can appreciate that can be used as a deflection or a sticking point by either side, but I just want to express my support for the Hmong community and not tear them down in any way. What this is about, however, Mayor, is a pattern of behavior on your part, and this was kind of touched upon by Councilmember Detrick. And the most disheartening part of this, to steal Ms. Singh-Allen's words, is that I think a little bit of accountability on your part at some of these checkpoints would have gone a long way to take ownership of it, rather than deflecting or saying that that's beyond your control or that you can't provide direction over these people who are either working on your behalf or sometimes in cases working for your campaign. I think it's not owning up to the responsibility placed on your shoulders. And it goes, there's been all sorts of items I could list, but it was mentioned about the former assistant who was seen as being intimidating to people expressing themselves. We had the West Sacramento elected official that felt embarrassed by your actions at the vigil. We have the accounts from local electeds here. There's been issues with social media, and even though after it was determined by the courts that certain things were illegal, that still didn't seem to get solved by you. And so I support bringing this item back. I don't know whether censure is the right course of action. Putting a request out to the grand jury for an investigation. Stephanie mentioned what amounts essentially to a performance improvement plan. So I think it's an unfortunate distraction from all the larger issues that are going on. But I do think it's a conversation that we need to have.
Councilman Sun.
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. Well, I just want to follow up from Councilmember Hume's comment about the STA. So we did have the board, or some private consultants conducted a poll, which they then shared with the board, and as was expected, it didn't show support given the pandemic and such. While it did have a majority support, 62%, 67% in Elk Grove, it wasn't something that the board felt comfortable going forward with. So as the board committed, we reviewed, re-examined the decision to send it to the Board of Supervisors, and subsequently rescinded the measure and the expenditure plan. It's not something that can be tabled, as some folks have mentioned, because there's certain dates and timelines in there that needed to be rescinded with it. So I assume a conversation about our mobility and maintaining our infrastructure and reducing greenhouse gases will continue. It'll have to start from scratch at that time. Hopefully it'll be able to leapfrog off from some of the things that were talked about, and the spirit of collaboration throughout the county, I think will continue. And then tomorrow we have Library Authority. So I'll, and I just want to, I think I need to echo the sentiments that the rest of the council has articulated. It really is unfortunate. I think, there's, I think Vice Mayor Detrick mentioned it. It's just seems to be a pattern of using surrogates to deal with the issues rather than addressing them in the way that I know you can, Mr. Mayor. You have, I think, a great deal of influence in that position, and I hope and I wish that you would choose to reach out to even your colleagues to talk things through, versus whether surrogates or even sometimes as I think Vice Mayor mentioned, going to the media first. But what's really disheartening is that there isn't just private citizens coming forward, which took a tremendous amount of courage, but also some of our elected colleagues, and yes, they're women, but they're also they're elected colleagues, plain and simple. And it's it is very disheartening to see them come forward. I've known Ms. Singh Allen, Ms. Chavez Espinoza for a very long time, over a decade. I have great respect for all of them, and to hear these testaments, these statements, I stand in solidarity with them. I do not approve of things that's transpired, and so it doesn't give me any pleasure, but certainly it does not shed good light on the city. I think Councilmember Nguyen also highlighted some path forward that I think is appropriate. But I'd like to. I guess I'm looking for maybe bringing something back for consideration. I don't know whether it's censure or perhaps it's the path that Councilmember Nguyen outlined, but something appropriate. I think that would give the people that have come forward some acknowledgement of their suffering and what they've gone through. I'll stop there and listen to any other council comments.
Thank you, members. I do appreciate the quest for self-improvement and the suggestion that you put forward. I know that you come from a place of love and sincerity, and I truly do appreciate that. My only question here is in regards to the Vice Mayor's recommendation for censorship. Point of clarification, what are you recommending that I be censured for? What action is it?
Well, if I can just chime in here, I was going to ask the city attorney. I think there's several potential paths that would be up for consideration, censure just being one of them. And so, John, how specific would we need to be as far as what the actionable items would be versus just having sort of a placeholder for a discussion?
So thank you, Councilmember Hume. So we've had a discussion about that tonight. We've heard a lot of public comment. I think that is sufficient. If the council does want to move forward with some form of censure or other action, there's sufficient information to put people on notice of that. So if that's the will of the majority of the council to bring an item back, what I would suggest is that we bring an item back that is essentially something to the effect of consider censure of the mayor or other appropriate action as determined by the council, and some of the suggestions that have been put out there, including some by you, Councilmember Hume, and some by you, Councilmember Nguyen, could be up for consideration. So you don't have to have extraordinarily specific, detailed charges, for lack of a better term. The censorship process is largely a legal formality, and as Councilmember Nguyen put it, it's a formal reprimand of conduct that the majority of the council might find unbecoming. So if it's the will of the council to bring something back, I think we have sufficient information now. Certainly, if the council wants to address with more specifics, you can. That's up to you.
Well, my question along those lines is, what exactly activity are you referring to? I just need clarity so that I have a better understanding.
And Mr. Mayor, I assume you weren't asking me that question. I think you were asking, I remember who you asked. It was a member of the council, though.
It's the vice mayor, and you know, I mean, I understand the pathway that Councilmember Nguyen suggested. You know, I understand that, but specifically to the vice mayor's recommendation of censorship, my point of clarification is, what exactly is the vice mayor referring to?
I think you could make it broad-based. There's been multiple allegations, and I think, you know, bullying, harassing, you know, the list goes on and on. I wasn't going to get into the specifics because the item's not agendized, and we usually don't get that detailed on the specifics until we actually have the public hearing.
Right.
But
well, I understand that.
Wait a minute. You're interrupting me.
Go
You're
ahead.
being rude.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
I've done this over and over time, and I don't appreciate being overridden. So the other issue is we have a formal code of ethics, and you could probably go down the list of items on there, and there's multiple items just in that alone that you violated.
And so my point in this is, you know, a lot of this stuff, as clarified by the chief, are allegations, and the various number of people who came before were former political opponent. So the question I have for clarification is that, am I being censured for running campaigns against other individuals for the previous campaigns? It seems to be that there's a convergence of politics in council chambers. I do have issue with that. And I do agree that this politics should not be in council chambers. That makes logical sense to me, but that hasn't been the case, you know. And I think that the move in this direction seems to be more of politics in council chambers. Now, that being the case, I do recognize Councilmember Stephanie Nguyen's suggestion, and I do appreciate that, Councilmember. I do want to also follow up with the first part of it, is apologizing. My point of clarification is apologizing for what specifically? That being the case, I would love an opportunity to meet with these individuals and try to find where it is that we have wronged one another, or I have wronged them. I would love to find out more information. You know, I think that that will give me more clarity as to why they feel that I've gone above and beyond to offend them in any way. Certainly, they haven't shared that with me. It's always been these whisper type of campaigns, always these social medias that throw shade at me for running a competitive campaign, and that's the concern that I have. And, you know, in terms of clan leader, Councilmember Nguyen, I do agree with you. I think that this is a perfect opportunity to educate the community about the familial clan system, as one of the callers had shared today. I think that is definitely important, and that gives us a pathway. The other thing that I think is important is my quest to meet with you know, members elected, including members on this council chamber, that haven't, you know, been fruitful in that approach. I think that it's, you know, I hear what all of you are saying, and I understand that this is approach from a place of love and support and teamwork. And I think that moving forward, I think that that's extremely important, is to have these open dialogue, to have these conversations. But, you know, Vice Mayor, Ty Sorcy doesn't work for the city anymore. It doesn't work for me anymore. In regards to the item that came before the council on getting rid of the mayor's position, it is important to educate the voters about what is transpiring in City Hall. I think that's extremely important, and that's key to making sure that the voters are aware. Now, if you're faulting me for going out to educate the voters about what's happening in City Council, then so be it. I can't help with that. But I think that's extremely important. And I think that, for the callers that do call in, they're made aware because efforts like, Linda Vu, specifically to try to recruit these form letters from individuals. I honestly have supporters out there as well. And as a result of that, they chime in. Now, to make the suggestion that I'm a mastermind that's coordinating all of the intricate details of what's happening is a little bit, stretching. And so, I'd be open to moving forward and to extending an olive branch to Trustee Bobby Allen Singh, or Singh Allen, that is, to Trustee Nancy Chairs, to Jacqueline Moreno as well, and to all of these electeds in our community. I think that's important. But bear in mind, my deep concern here is that we are really mixing politics in city business. If the interest of the council is to censure me, I would like to know exactly what I'm being censured about. Or is these just based on assumptions and allegations? And I need some clarity along those lines.
So I would think all of that is what would be discussed when this item comes back. And in the meantime, I would encourage you, Mr. Mayor, to reach out to those individuals that you just called out and get their concerns so that you and or they can report back to us for consideration of the item.
And I think that's fair enough, Councilmember Hume. I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and Mayor, you mentioned politics. I mean, Ms. Moreno was your supporter. Ms. Singh Allen was never your opponent either. So I think that's a broad brush there, and the fact that these elected officials from from the board and from the CSD are saying these things. I mean, I would caution against just trying to dismiss this. I think Councilmember Hume mentioned accountability. I look forward to hearing the outcomes of your conversations.
Yeah, and that's fair enough, Councilmember Soon. I think that, I certainly will be open in having a conversation. I'm looking for an opportunity for everyone to heal. But I'm also in a situation where a person that I haven't even seen for 4.5 years all of a sudden makes accusations and starts spinning this out of control. And so, there has to be an understanding from where I am too. And I'm put in a situation where I shouldn't respond. And when I do respond, it becomes viral. And so that being the case, I would appreciate some understanding from my perspective as well. But I hear what you're saying, Councilmember Soon and Councilmember Hume. And certainly I would be interested in that as well.
And I don't think it's just about Miss Linda Vu, right? You mentioned the person you haven't seen in 4 years, but you also heard from Trustee Bobby Singh Allen, and there was an op-ed that came up from Trustee Nancy Charas as well too. And I'm hearing that there are other elected women that also have stories that will be coming out as well too. And so I think it's all of that. So Mr. Hobbs, is what we agendize is an opportunity, not an opportunity, but an option to either censor or
other appropriate action as the council deems appropriate.
Right.
And we'll prepare a staff report, general staff report to that effect, and the council can consider it on the next agenda, what action, if any, you'd like to take.
Perfect.
Okay, I'll second that. If that was a motion made by the vice mayor, I'll second that to put that on the agenda for action items.
I think we need at least one more to support that.
I thought it was unanimous from 4 that there was concurrence.
Yeah, a formal motion is not necessarily required. It looked like there was 4 in support of that through council concurrence. So if the majority of the council is fine with that, we can take that direction.
Yes from Detrick.
Thank you.
Okay, we will bring it back. Thank you.
Okay, next item.
The next item will take us to section 8, the consent calendar items. And Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members, I do not have any members of the public that signed up on item 8. I did receive, there was a staff memo that was circulated to the full City Council, which asked for revision to the resolution under item 8.19. So your action tonight, we would ask you just to recognize that it is for that amended resolution. And then I'm just going to do a quick check, but I am looking at my comms and I am not seeing any further requests to speak on the consent calendar.
Okay, let's go ahead and open and close consent item and council deliberation and direction.
I will move consent with noting the amendment to item 8.19.
Second.
Second.
And for that roll call vote, Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilmember Hume?
Aye.
Councilmember Suen?
Yes. Sorry, I couldn't unmute.
Yep, no
Yes.
worries. Sometimes it's those buttons, so you got to hit them. And Mayor Lee?
Aye.
With that, that passes all of the consent items 5-0 with that amendment to item 8.19. That'll take us on to section.
Detrick.
I am sorry, Vice Mayor. I think I got thrown off by, we'll reverse that just a little bit in order to hear from Vice Mayor Detrick.
Yes, I thought maybe you were trying to push my button.
A little bit, apparently. But we got there to a 5-0 vote, and that approves the consent calendar with that change to item 8.19. Thank you for that. Sorry for the skip. And on to section 9, our public hearings, starting with item 9.1. Public hearing to consider resolution establishing the fee for short-term rental licenses.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Shane Diller again with Development Services. This public hearing presents a resolution that would establish a license fee for the short-term rental license. That license was adopted at the last council meeting in June when the council introduced an ordinance to establish chapter 4.38 of the Elk Grove Municipal Code regulating short-term rentals. The amendments in that ordinance create the short-term rental license and also authorize the establishment of a short-term rental license fee, which staff has done an analysis on now and determined what the amount for full cost recovery would be. And that's presented as the fee proposed to you this evening of $569.31. The amount was arrived at by analyzing the staff positions that would work in processing the applications, reviewing and approving the applications, as well as performing cost recovery for the service that we're going to contract with to assist us in monitoring the internet side of the short-term rental websites. That company that's been selected is called Host Compliance, and we're in the process of finalizing the contract with them now. I don't have a formal presentation beyond what I've given you this evening at this point. There has been a question as to the enforcement cost recovery, and right now the fees that code enforcement has established that they use in a standard standard code enforcement processes to recover costs are adequate to cover the anticipated monitoring and enforcement of bad actors, if you will, related to short-term rentals. So we have not included in this fee the any cost of enforcement, as we would recover that specifically from property owners that were violating the ordinance. If down the road as we monitor this, we determine that additional regular monitoring or staff time is needed to enforce short-term rentals or enforce the new ordinance, then we would return with a modification of this license fee. But the license fee proposed to you this evening would be adequate to recover the monitoring service costs and the staff time in processing these new short-term rental licenses. I don't have anything further to present. With that, I'm available for questions.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah. Are there any questions? Go ahead.
Yep. Yeah, thank you. Shane, do I understand the staff report correctly that the $569 fee would be both for issuance and renewals? In other words, every 3 years they would have to pay the same fee?
Yes, that's correct. It would basically be the same effort expended every 3 years, both in the monitoring component and the cost recovery there, and in the staff time to perform the application process and the review of the application for approval.
And so did staff consider at all the idea of a good actor discount, where if the person has gone through the first 3 years completely in compliance, 0 issues, and they mark the application, same as last time, that there might be a reduced fee?
We looked at that. That's a similar concept that we have to our rental registry program, where if you do certain things and act in a certain way, your registration can be renewed in perpetuity without ongoing fees. In this situation, the fee analysis breaks down that the staff time that we'd spend reviewing each of those to ensure that someone was in fact a good actor is what we've proposed here to recover that cost. And then of course the monitoring service that we've included in the license fee broken up among the number of anticipated short-term rentals, if that helps.
That does help. And to kind of go off script a little bit here, do you have any idea what the potential income associated with a short-term rental might be for somebody? I mean, beyond, somebody who's just casually doing it, but not necessarily someone that's trying to make a living at it?
I honestly don't at this point. That's not something, as we worked with Airbnb, though they were able to give us some generic information on their hosts and on overall revenues. They were not able to provide that kind of specificity in what a typical, say, active host would be able to generate in revenue.
Okay. I would hate to create a situation where we're providing a disincentive to be in compliance.
Understood.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, what is the penalty if they aren't in compliance?
If a property is found not to be in compliance, we would impose the sanctions that were adopted or introduced in the ordinance that received approval on second reading this evening. That starts out with the code enforcement processes of notice and order with a 480 non-compliance fee and our administrative citations. And then we also have the added license actions for second and repeated violations going forward.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, hearing there are no additional questions, I'm going to go ahead and declare the public hearing open for public comment. Mr. Clerk.
And in review, no comments were received prior to the meeting. And in review of my communication systems, I don't have any contacts on item 9.1. So that would conclude there were no submittals under this item.
Okay, then we'll go ahead and close public comment and declare public hearing closed. Deliberation and direction.
Motion.
Move staff rec. Second.
Got a motion, got a second, roll call.
For that roll call vote, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Detrick.
Yes.
Mayor Lee.
Yes.
And that carries 5-0. The resolution under item 9.1 passes. And that will move us on to item 9.2. And item 9.2 is a public hearing to consider a resolution approving Republic Services report of delinquent solid waste and storm drain utility charges and proposing their collection on the Sacramento County tax roll. And touching base out there with staff.
I'm here, Jason. Let me.
Excellent. There we are.
I've prepared a brief presentation. Let me try to pull that up. Okay. Are you able to see that, Jason?
It's starting to make the transition, so there's just a little bit of a delay, but we're starting to see. Looks like you're on your desktop, I believe.
Let me know if you...
Yeah, right now what it's displaying is your Teams display.
Goodness.
And you might want to back out and unshare your screen and try sharing your screen, but maybe go to your desktop to find where the PowerPoint presentation is.
Do you see that now?
It looks like what you're pulling up is the Microsoft Teams window.
All right, we might skip the presentation.
Yeah, we'll see. Just if you do have access to your email, you might just want to be monitoring it. You might get some email from staff that might be able to lend a hand to see if we can pull that up. But you have the floor. We don't have the visual, but you do have the audio.
All right, I'm going to go ahead, just with respect of time, I'm going to go ahead with the information. So, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Jamie Bandy, Revenue Manager. I'm here this evening to present the report of the delinquent solid waste and storm drain utility charges. Just some brief information. The city does contract with Republic Services to provide the billing for the solid waste and the storm drain fees, and that has been in effect since July 1st, 2017. So any of the accounts that are included on the proposed tax levy, those are accounts that are delinquent with Republic Services. Those charges were incurred prior to May 1st, 2020, and do remain unpaid for at least 120 days. The city regularly utilizes the county tax roll to recover any costs that have already been incurred. Republic Services continues to utilize that process as well, with the city assisting. On roughly June 16th of this year, about 3,000 account holders were notified of tonight's public hearing. While the majority of account holders do receive charges for both solid waste and storm drain, when the information is submitted to the county, we do separate those. And so I just have a brief breakdown of what the solid waste charges look like versus the storm drain. Roughly, there's about 2,800 to 2,900 accounts for each of them. The dollar amounts for the delinquent storm drain runs roughly $236,000. The solid waste fees, it's a little bit higher. It's a little over $1.06 million. I did want to note tonight that the number of accounts that were notified this year is actually slightly less than what was notified last year. Overall accounts, it's about 500 accounts less and roughly $50,000 less. So customers do still have a little bit of time to bring these accounts current. I did confirm with Republic Services that they will be accepting payments through this Friday, July 24th. And anybody that does bring their account current will be removed from the report and they will not be submitted to the county for collection. I'm happy to answer any questions. And we also have Lisa Chesnick, the customer service manager from Republic Services, on the line as well to assist with any questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing that there are no questions, Thank you. Okay, at this point, I want to declare public hearing open for public comment. Are there any members of the public signed up to speak, Mr. Clare?
We do have one member of the public that has requested to call in, Ms. Betty Greer. Along with that, we also had 4 written comments, but they were submitted by Ms. Greer, and so we'll give her the floor to be able to address the council. And she's our one speaker on this item. And staff is just patching her through, I believe.
Hi, Jason. I have Mrs. Greer on the line. Mrs. Greer, you're welcome to go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Do I start now?
Yep, go right ahead.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me to come to this meeting because I wanted to do it before this. Anyway, on June 20th, I received a notice from the Republic Services for the first time telling me that, I haven't had the opportunity of seeing the report at all or reviewing it, but I was told that I was responsible for paying a bill that I didn't know anything about. The report was sent to the council, they told me, and with outstanding balances that alleged that the account number was my utility account. All I know is that since the occupants that lived at the house have moved out and the property is vacant, I haven't been able to partially inspect the property to oversee its condition and determine what needs to be done to it. But when they told me the purpose of this sending to the council, the purpose of that was to send a delinquent bill that I owed was outrageous. Anyway, I think they just sent it to you, glance over really fast, and then send it to the city council so that the collector's office so that they would ultimately put on my tax bill. First, I want to let you know that I deny that those delinquent charges are mine. Second, I haven't, as I said, I haven't reviewed the report, but I allege
remains, Ms.
that the
Greer.
signing of the delinquent account number to my name and filling it with the delinquent charges is outrageous and wrong. And I sent you 4 different communications that I've sent with the Republic Community, the Republic Service. I don't know much about the Republic Service. Anyway, I dispute the validity of the charges and the outstanding fees and penalties that's attached to it. I question the legality of having the same number assigned to me as past occupants of the property. The property that's in reference is at 6813 Santiago Way in Elk Grove, California. I took the property over after I became the lender of the property. We paid Bank of America off, and I became the lender, not the owner. The owner of the property at the time after Bank of America was the occupants that just moved. And I took it over because they hadn't paid me a dime back, period. So I took over the property. That's how it became mine. I paid over $400,000 for the property altogether. Anyway, I question the validity and the procedures that's being used by the city of Elk Grove Council for even making a decision today about what should happen. I kind of looked on my computer and I kind of read over how you guys operate, and I would think that you would need to really review all of that before you pass anything. Therefore, I ask the council to not quickly accept that portion of the Republic Service report without valid proof. And I further recommend that the council not send those charges to the Sacramento County Collector's Office without valid proof. because the collectors can't do anything. It's up to the city of
Ma'am, can you wrap it up?
I'm urging the council to follow your own guidelines in reviewing and determine whether that portion of the report is valid or not.
Awesome. Okay.
And if you find that it's not, then remove it. And then if you want to send the rest of the bill to whomever you want to send it to, it's up to you.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker.
Have I talked?
Yeah, your 3 minutes have your 3 minutes have expired. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, and thank you for letting me speak. It's kind of late tonight, and it's my bedtime, so I'm very sorry if I was kind of.
No, you're fine. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a good night. Any other speakers, Mr. Clerk?
And we do not have any other speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'm going to close public comment and declare the public hearing closed. Deliberation and direction.
Mr. Mayor, I know that we were in receipt of staff's response regarding Ms. Greer's account. So if we could somehow provide that response to her as well, so she at least understands that we did take a look at her information.
Yeah, that's a great recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I'll move the item.
Got a motion? Is there a second? There's a second. Roll call vote.
For the roll call vote on that motion, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilmember Hume.
Aye.
Councilmember Suen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Detrick.
Yes.
And Mayor Lee.
Yes.
The resolution is passed by a 5-0 vote. That'll carry us on to section 10, our regular agenda action items and recommendations, starting with item 10.1, which is to consider a resolution establishing a budget for the CARES Act funding allocated to the city from the state of California and amending the fiscal year 2019-20 and fiscal year 2021 budgets.
Greetings, Mayor Lee and council members. Can someone confirm for me that I am audible?
Your audio is coming through clear, Shay.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And then also, can someone confirm for me that they are seeing a PowerPoint slide on their screen?
We have visuals.
We see it.
Excellent. Thanks for confirming. Greetings, Mayor Lee, Vice Mayor Detrick, and council members. My name is Shay Narayan, Budget Manager for the City of Elk Grove. And I'm here today to talk about budgeting for CARES Act funding allocated to the city from the state of California. The State of California Budget Act of 2020 authorizes the Department of Finance to allocate funding to address the public health and public safety impacts of COVID-19. The intent of the state legislature when enacting the budget was to provide flexibility for augmentation of federal funds allocated from the Coronavirus Relief Fund in the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security, aka CARES Act, of the total approved augmentation in the State of California Budget Act of 2020, $500 million has been allocated directly to cities. Pursuant to the provisions of the control section of the state budget, a total of $225 million has been allocated for cities with populations between 300,000 to 500,000, and a total of $275 million has been allocated for cities with populations of less than 300,000. Generally, a city's population was used to determine its share of the allocation. Based on this methodology, the city of Elk Grove has been allocated $2,174,997. Federal law specifies that these funds may only be used for COVID-19 response costs incurred between March 1st of 2020 and December 30th, 2020. All funds must be spent, not merely encumbered, by the end of the calendar year. The city submitted the local government certification form required for receipt of funds to the California Department of Finance prior to the deadline of July 10th last week. As a condition to receive the funds, the city agrees to report on expenditures and summarize any regional collaboration and non-duplication of efforts within the region by September 1st, 2020, and return any funds that are unspent by October 30th, 2020, unless extended by the Department of Finance based on reported expenditures to date. Staff has examined expenses incurred from March 1st through June 30th, so that's the last quarter of the 2019-20 fiscal year, and has determined those expenses that are eligible and qualify for the CARES Act funding allocated by the state. Staff has also analyzed expenditures associated with COVID-19 that are anticipated to be incurred between July and December of this year, which is the first half of the 2021 fiscal year, that are eligible and qualify for funding from the CARES Act allocation. So combining the eligible expenditure items from the above two time periods determined a list of qualifying expenditure categories eligible for the nearly $2.2 million allocation. This list was then used to formulate a budget. The city has experienced and will continue to have expenditures related to COVID-19 response. Some of the categories of expenditures are eligible for funding from the CARES Act, including FEMA public assistance, public safety regular time, employee leave and workers' compensation that are related to COVID-19. The city has identified costs already incurred of $720,000 in these categories and expects another $280,000 through the balance of the grant period. So a $1 million total budget is requested for these categories, but staff will continue to monitor expense activity related to the COVID-19 response and supplement those expenditures as needed to ensure that all CARES Act funding is expended. In addition to the costs that are attributable to the city's COVID-19 response, staff proposes using the CARES Act funding for the following community COVID-19 programs, including Great Plates Delivered, homeless meal support, nonprofit emergency funding needs, and small business grants. The table before you displays the broad budget categories discussed earlier, totaling the nearly $2.2 million allocation. Any grant funds not expended on eligible COVID-19 expenses must be returned to the state and ultimately to the United States Treasury. To avoid returning funds, staff is requesting authority to adjust the budget as necessary to capture all COVID-19 expenditures. Not accepting the grant and not using it for COVID-19 eligible expenses that the city has and is expected to incur would result in a negative impact to the general fund of $1 million. The community program funding would inject over $1.1 million into programs that benefit the community. This includes food delivery for isolating seniors, support for local restaurants, homeless meal support, and nonprofit emergency funding and small business grants. Again, staff will continue to monitor expense activity related to COVID-19 responses and supplement those expenditures as needed to ensure all funding is expended. In conclusion, staff recommends that the City Council adopt a resolution establishing a budget for funding allocated to the city from the California Department of Finance in accordance with the State of California Budget Act of 2020 and the Federal Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security, aka CARES Act of 2020, authorizing the city manager to amend this budget as deemed necessary to capture all COVID-19 expenditures pursuant to the provisions of Control Section 11.90 of the State of California Budget Act of 2020, and authorizing the city manager to amend the fiscal year 2019-20 and fiscal year 2021 budgets by equally increasing both budgeted revenues and budget expenditures in the amount of $2,174,997 amongst both fiscal years as deemed necessary to appropriately capture all COVID-19 expenditures. So that concludes my presentation on the item. I'd like to turn the agenda item over to council for deliberations or questions.
Questions, members?
Nope, but I just want to thank Shay and staff for planning accordingly. Be good to be able to provide some help to our businesses, nonprofits.
Okay, any others? All right, excellent. At this point, I want to open for a public comment. Mr. Clerk, is there anyone signed up to speak?
I do not have any folks that signed up prior to the meeting, and none have showed up on my computer. I did just hear my computer ping. Let me just make sure that that's not something on this item. Nope, we're good.
Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. Council deliberation and direction.
Motion.
We have a motion.
Second.
Is there seconds?
Second. Yep.
There's a second. Roll call vote.
Do you need a
For
vote
the
on
roll
this,
call
or-
vote, Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Councilmember Hume.
Here.
This is for the.
If it's good enough for the mayor, it's good enough for me. Aye.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Detrick,
Yes, sir.
and Mayor Lee.
Yes.
The resolution under the item 10.1 will pass 5-0. That will take us on to item 10.2, which is consider an ordinance amending Elk Grove Municipal Code Chapter 4.27 Tobacco Retailers and Chapter 9.24 Distribution of Tobacco Products to Minors, strengthening restrictions on the sale and distribution of tobacco and electronic vapor products.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Shane Diller again from Development Services. I want to confirm you're seeing my presentation slide there.
Confirmed audios and visuals, Mr. Diller. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So the ordinance proposed in this item this evening is related to council's request to strengthen our tobacco regulations in the city. And for some background, the city of Elk Grove does enforce tobacco regulations. We do that consistent with state law, which is the governing language on tobacco regulation in California. We have language specifically in our Elk Grove Municipal Code that has definitions related to tobacco and vape products, related to the retail licensing and business permit requirements. And then it has prohibitions against selling or providing tobacco to minors. Current municipal code language does not consistently regulate vape products like tobacco products. And that's one of the things we're going to be looking to or propose to correct this evening. You'll recall that on April 8th, the council adopted an urgency ordinance that imposed a moratorium on the issuance of new tobacco licenses, the issuance of new conditional use permits for smoke shops and for smoking lounges. The council did this after expressing concern and the desire that we strengthen our tobacco retail regulations in three ways. One, to expressly include vape products in all tobacco regulations. Two, to increase penalties for Elk Grove Municipal Code violations related to tobacco retails and to providing tobacco to minors. And that we review and, if necessary, improve retailer licensing restrictions and fees. The ordinance proposed to you this evening addresses all three of those concerns. The first concern of strengthening our tobacco regulations related to retail so that we ensure that vaping products, including flavored vape and tobacco, are regulated as tightly as tobacco, are accomplished in the proposed ordinance by amending Chapter 4.27 of the Municipal Code to ensure that they're treated the same way and to define characterizing flavor as a specific definition in our code, and then reinforcing that tobacco products and paraphernalia, including electronic vape products containing that characterizing flavor, may not be sold to minors. It also amends Chapter 9.24 of the Municipal Code, adding that language related to electronic vaping products to the same prohibitions that cover current tobacco products in providing that material to minors. That would be a distinction from selling it to minors, which is covered in the retail language in Chapter 4. The second point that we were working on in this ordinance is stronger enforcement. This ordinance addresses that concern by amending, again, Title 4, Chapter 27, to increase the suspension period for first violation of tobacco retailing language from 30 days to 45 days, and increasing the suspension period for a second violation within 5 years from 90 days to 180 days. It would also add for a second violation the requirement that they implement an age electronic verification system that the Juuls company currently offers as one option, and there are others out there. There's a third enhancement here where we would change the penalty for that third violation within 5 years from a 1-year suspension to revocation of the license. Revocation of the license was previously the fourth penalty the fourth violation penalty. So there's no more fourth strike in this area of our code. It would end at 3 with a revocation of the license. In less specific terms and not related to the code amendments itself, the Elk Grove Police Department, Finance Department, and Code Enforcement have been discussing improvements to our processes and are implementing improved enforcement and licensing strategies to ensure that what we are proposing be adopted this evening is strictly enforced and well monitored, so that any time any of the divisions or departments involved come across a violation of our tobacco licensing or state law tobacco violations, that the other departments involved would be able would also take on their components of enforcement related to license actions, criminal violations, and anything else that's needed to make sure that we have a holistic enforcement approach to tobacco regulation. Regarding the licensing and fees component of council's concern, tonight's ordinance recommends that we amend chapter 4.27 to ensure that tobacco retailers, smoke shops, and smoking lounges all comply with the zoning and building codes prior to a retailer license being issued. That may sound as though it should be common practice, but in 2009, when the city undertook business license streamlining, we removed language in the municipal code that clearly directed staff to ensure that all business licenses receive a zoning or building code check. And this language here put in the tobacco section would specifically require us not to use business license streamlining systems on these licenses in particular, and to ensure that they are compliant with zoning at the location they're applying for, and that the building they're moving into has a conditional or a certificate of occupancy for the space. It would also create a specific violation that selling tobacco or vape products to a minor violates the Oak Grove Municipal Code specifically, not just state law, and that any violation there would result in action against the retailer license, invoking those first, second, and third strikes that I covered on the previous slide. Tonight's ordinance would also repeal the moratorium that council adopted on April 8th. The ordinance, or the repeal of the ordinance, would take effect on the same night or the same day that the ordinance we adopt this evening would take effect, so they would be simultaneous. That, if adopted this evening, would have a second read in August and would then set in September. And then in September, on the same day, the moratorium would be repealed. There are alternative actions available. The moratorium that would be repealed is not set to currently expire until March of 2021, which provides the council and staff time, should you have additional items you'd like to see included or changes to the proposal this evening, for us to go back and work on those without running up against a hard deadline on having to extend the moratorium again. That's the last of my formal presentation items. Again, our recommendation is to adopt the changes we've recommended to chapters 4.27 and 9.24, and then repeal the moratorium that's in place when tonight's ordinance would take effect. With that, I'm available for questions.
Are there any questions?
I have some questions, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Durler, thank you for that. I was wondering if you can clarify. I know we spoke about this at one of the meetings where the tobacco shops or any retailer that sells them, what is the specific amount of, how far do they have to, what was the decision, or what did we find? And maybe Mr. Hobbs knows this, but how far do they have to be from schools, from areas where there's youth sensitive zones?
Currently, there's nothing in our code that requires a distance from any youth sensitive zones. We have had discussions related to smoking itself, secondhand smoke. There was a discussion several years ago with council. There's currently a 300-foot there's 300-foot language in the ordinance, and I'm scrambling to look right now to make sure that I know whether that applies to our to licensing distances or to
Mr. Diller.
Sensitive receptors.
Mr. Diller, this is John Hobbs. I'm pretty sure that it is 300 feet. You can't smoke within 300 feet of a youth facility, parks, schools, things like that.
Thank you.
Okay. I'd like to see if we can increase that. 300 feet is not too far away from where our youth are and our young people are. If we can look at maybe increasing that to 1,000 feet. I don't know if there's any right now that's currently in place that would cause a disruption for anybody that currently sells. It's within, 1,000 feet or not. And then I think we talked about also the last time with Sacramento, West Sacramento, Woodland, Davis, all of our surrounding regions, tightening this up more and banning the tobacco flavored products in their cities. My fear is that the migration of these shops are going to come from Sacramento and all of the surrounding areas into Elk Grove because we have not banned it. And so I guess the question is, have you received any applications for anybody else saying that they'd like to move out here, to open up shop out here?
We have not received any applications since we began studying this topic. We have the same number of shops that we did at the beginning, with a couple that have closed in the temporarily, most likely due to COVID. Okay. But we have not received any applications of new shops wanting to move into town while we've been studying this.
Okay, I just, I fear of the saturation in one certain area. As soon as other folks close in other areas and things get better, that they open back up again and they know that we're open for business and that they'd come to us. On the same note, as a city that has the largest school district, we have lots of youth that are around here, that walk around here, that shop around here. And I know tobacco flavored are geared towards young people, the unicorn flavor, the cupcake flavor, the birthday cake flavor, or whatnot. I'd like to see what impacts it would be on our smoke shops and smoke retailers if we were to ban these flavored tobacco smoke. I don't know if do they sell a lot? And I'm not a smoker in any way, and so I don't know if we can take a look at that to see what the sell rate of it is in these areas, and that if we banned it, would it impact them?
Councilmember, when we did some study and surveyed the current licensees in the city related to the products that they retail, and specifically asked a question about vaping products, not specific to the flavoring of the vaping products, but just to the vaping products in general. And we're told that it was about 10% of their sales, with many of the grocery and your larger tobacco retailers, your grocery stores and pharmacies not selling the vaping products at all. They only sold the traditional tobacco products. We could study further what the impact specifically of the flavored tobacco or flavored vape products would be on their sales.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it sounds like it's not that much of a big sell anyway. And so if it's not impacting them as much, I'd like to ask for council to continue this item because we still have till March of 2021. There's no rush to make a decision just yet. And see, we could look at a few things, saturation, but also consider the ban of the flavored tobacco. Because I feel like those are geared towards our young people, and that would help us to not have to enforce it so much. So what I'm hearing is that we're putting these enforcements in place and these fines in place. But if we just didn't sell it, I think that would help with not having to enforce it so much.
Councilmember Nguyen, this is your city attorney, John Hobbs. I just want to clarify a point that you made and make sure that I heard you right. I think I heard a couple of different things. You had asked about whether or not there was separation amongst retail smoke facilities. And then we responded by saying there's not, but there's a 300-foot distance separation requirement for smoking. And then what I think I heard you say is you'd like to increase that with respect to the restriction on smoking near child-related facilities. But then I think I also heard you say something about separation of businesses, and those are sort of two different concepts. Did you want to increase the distance from youth-related facilities and look at separation of retail facilities, or one or the other, or both?
Both.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Nguyen, to that angle, staff did study what it would look like if, and I don't know that this image will present well in this environment, but I do have an image that shows a GIS map that shows where the buffer would be if we took 1,000-foot radius from parks, schools, and daycares from our tobacco retail locations. And you'll see the red circles in the on this document here that show what those distances would look like. On this map, it doesn't designate commercial areas, but what I can tell you is that most of the red circles you see would effectively cover all of our available commercial space, and the 1,000-foot buffer would, in effect, create a situation where only the existing licensees would continue to operate. It would not allow for new tobacco retail in any of those commercial properties at this point.
I see. Okay, so we have 1,000 foot from each other, also on here from each other's school. Okay. Okay. Thank you. That works. So I'd like to get council support to bring this back and look at one, if we can see about banning flavored tobacco, two, saturation, and the fact that if all of these other cities are banning it completely, that we don't want, as things open back up again, for everybody to start moving and opening up shop here once things get better. Again, we have till March of 2021. I don't feel like we need to make a decision today unless, Mr. Diller, you say that we have to make a decision today. Otherwise, a certain smoke shop or retailer, it's going to affect them in some way or another.
No, I do not think that this item has to be adopted this evening to negatively or positively impact any particular business. We did implement this in the beginning with certain exceptions for anything that was currently in process with the planning department for entitlements, and then we are renewing the current active business licensees as they come in to apply. So we do have, I think, a decent window to continue to look at the policy on this item.
So, Councilmember Nguyen, this is John Hobbs again. That's fine if the council wants to continue it. I would suggest, however, if there are any other questions, the council, of course, we can address those, and that you take public comment before you take a formal vote on continuance. Certainly, if your intention is to do that, you can signal that, but I would take public comment before you take a formal action on that.
Sorry, I jumped the gun on that, Mr. Hobbs. You're absolutely right.
No problem.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, excellent. Let's go ahead and open public comment. Mr. Clerk.
And on the public comment front, we did receive 7 written comments that were distributed to the City Council prior to the meeting. We had one pre-recorded audio comment that was submitted that was also distributed to the full City Council. And then we have 2 callers who have signed up tonight, and I can proceed with pulling in those callers. Our first caller number 1, is Monica Aleje, and please correct me if I have the pronunciation of her name.
Caller, you're on the line. You can go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Monica, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Monica Aleje. I'm the Community Impact Director with the American Heart Association, serving Elk Grove and the surrounding region. I'm also a concerned resident of Elk Grove. I'm encouraged to see the City Council prioritize Elk Grove kids' health by addressing tobacco use and nicotine addiction. The easy availability of tobacco products is fueling an epidemic of youth tobacco use. We need your help to reduce access to these deadly products at the retail level. As you may know, a strong, well-enforced tobacco retail license is a proven way to reduce illegal tobacco sales to minors. Unfortunately, Elk Grove's tobacco retail license falls short in several ways. To uphold the intent of the council and better protect youth from tobacco access and use, the tobacco retail license should include annual compliance checks, rechecks for violations, and adequate license fees to cover the cost of enforcement. It should ensure that only retail shop owners or proprietors are penalized for violations. In addition, youth penalties for purchase should be removed as these policies are ineffective and often disproportionately enforced on communities of color. Lastly, as sales restriction on all flavored tobacco products, including e-cigarettes, is critical to reducing youth tobacco use and access. I urge the council to consider these changes to strengthen the tobacco retail license. Many California communities have implemented well-enforced TRLs with these provisions to protect their youth from nicotine addiction. We believe Elk Grove youth deserve the same protections. With your commitment to a strong and comprehensive policy, Elk Grove can better support youth health and overall health of the community's well-being. Thank you for your consideration.
That sounds like it concludes caller 1's comments, which will take us to caller 2, and that would be Alexa Warman. It sounds like we have the connection. We're just making the patch through.
Jason, I have our second caller on the line. You can go ahead, Alexa.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor Lee and council members. My name is Alexa Warman, and I'm with the American Heart Association representing Elk Grove and the surrounding region. In our community and across the nation, youth tobacco use has reached epidemic levels, in large part due to the easy availability of e-cigarettes. It's alarming and concerning that nearly 75% of youth that tried to buy tobacco products stated they were not refused sale. Today, over 1 in 4 kids report regular use of e-cigarettes. For these reasons, the American Heart Association supports strong tobacco retail license policies that reduce youth access to these deadly products at the retail level. We applaud the council for their efforts to protect Elk Grove youth from nicotine addiction, especially with the addition of e-cigarettes to the license policy. But additional changes must be made to the tobacco retail license to uphold the council's intent. As my colleague stated, first, the city must conduct annual compliance checks on retailers and rechecks for violations. Only retail shop owners or proprietors should be penalized for these violations, and this should include applicable fees. These measures ensure better compliance with the law. License fees should also be high enough to cover the cost of administration and enforcement so that the policy is cost neutral for the city. In addition, youth penalties for purchase must be removed. These policies are ineffective and can be enforced inequitably, representing a social justice issue. Lastly, prohibiting the sale of all flavored tobacco products is critical to reducing youth tobacco use and access, as Councilmember Nguyen pointed out. As more neighboring cities restrict flavored tobacco, youth will come to Elk Grove to find kid-friendly flavored nicotine and tobacco. I urge the council to consider these changes to strengthen the tobacco retail license. Every day that these policies are not in place, more Elk Grove kids get their hands on these deadly products. We must not wait to act. Many California communities have implemented well-enforced tobacco retail licenses with these provisions to protect their youth from nicotine addiction. We believe Elk Grove youth deserve these same protections. Thank you for your consideration, and I am also available for any support or technical assistance needed. Thank you.
All right, is there anyone else?
And that concludes our request for call-in.
Okay, let's go ahead and close public comment, deliberation and direction.
I will second Councilmember Nguyen's motion.
So, Mayor, members of the council, my suggestion is that you continue to a date non-certain. There's no urgency here, and we don't need to set a date at this time. We'll bring it back when it's ready, if that's acceptable to the council.
Just a quick clarification, Shane or John, is there a material distinction between the amendments that are being proposed right now and then if we just left the moratorium in place? In other words, does there serve any advantage to adopting the current amendments now and then adjusting as later on as the other study comes back?
So you could do that. That is an option. We talked about that at a staff level. But one of the downsides to doing that is you would end the moratorium today, and at least with the moratorium in place, we have the ability to look at some of these other regulations that have been discussed tonight without the risk that we have some of the ills that come with operating without these restrictions. So it would probably be smoother to just bring it back as one whole package. But if it's a council desire to do this in sort of a piecemeal fashion, that's okay. It just takes a couple more steps.
No, smoother is better than piecemeal. That's just wanted to confirm. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
All right. Do you have enough? We're good?
I believe so. Thank you.
Okay. I think we need a vote. We haven't had a vote. The vote is to
we need an actual vote. Okay.
To a date non-certain, I think is the motion.
Okay. Council member, you want to revise your motion?
I think that was the motion.
Was that? Okay. We have a second. All right. Let's roll call vote then.
And with that, the roll call vote, Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilmember Hume?
Aye.
Councilmember Suen?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Detrick?
Yes.
And Mayor Lee?
Yes.
And that will continue the item to a date uncertain. And we'll return that at a future council date. That'll take us on to item 10.3, which is consider appointment of 5 voting members to the Youth Commission. The authorization to open up this recruitment was from the kind of natural process that happens with the Youth Commission. We have several graduating seniors that leave in the summer timeframe. That recruitment authorization happened at the meeting of May 27th. We set a deadline for July 15th. What is before the council and distributed in the packets were 21 applications that were received and qualified from students throughout the area. And so for consideration for council is the set for 5 open vacant seats on the Youth Commission. And I'm available with any questions. I think we have the callers being queued to give a sense. We did receive one video submittal from one of the applicants who I do not believe was able to call in this evening, and that was distributed to the full city council. We also have 14 callers on this item.
Wow, okay. Let's go ahead and open public comment and let's start on them.
And our first caller, and please, for all of our applicants, please do correct me if I have the name incorrect, but I'm going to give it a try for each one of them. But our first speaker is Prayer Noyogier.
All right, Prayer, you can go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
All right, good evening again, council members. It is with great humility and honor that I'd be able to speak before you and Mayor Steve Lee today. To introduce myself, my name is Prayer Noyogier, and as of the 2020 to 2021 school year, I will become a junior at Casuminas Oaks High School. In school, as much as I take pride in being able to consider myself an academically strong student, one quality I believe surpasses all of my other attributes is my passion to be involved and make great changes in my school and community. This summer with COVID-19, a fear of mine was how I was going to be able to follow my passion of being involved in my community. Luckily, I was able to discover a program that would not only help me do just that, but also help me build the skills, inspiration, and opportunities I needed to help me become successful in the future. The program, Elk Grove Civic Summer, allowed me to communicate and hear stories from professionals, such as from Mayor Steve Lee to Congressman Ami Bera, who helped me get to a lot of insight about the amazing city and state I lived in, while also positively influencing me with their own personal stories and advices. This program has also exposed me to many opportunities that I've had the privilege to make use of. One of them being the opportunity to be a member of the Elk Grove Youth Commission.
Having the opportunity to be part of what the program describes as the ASC or Associated Student Body of all schools in the Elk Grove Unified School District is absolutely astonishing to me, seeing that it fulfills my dreams of being able to have a voice for all the students in my community. My goal of being able to adhere to and fix the issues I feel are so prevalent among the teens in my community, I know will definitely be accomplished with my presence in the commission. These issues, including mental health, racism and discrimination, and underage alcohol and drug consumption, I hope will be rectified through remedies such as creating a space or hotline that would allow teens to better understand themselves and others, to also pairing up with anti-tobacco groups and organizations to host events that would inform teens of the negative effects of alcohol and drugs and possibly provide alternatives. All in all, as an academically strong student with a strong passion of being involved with my school and community, I'm extremely grateful for the opportunity and inspirations I've acquired from the civic program, and with all of it, hope to strive further forward through the consideration of being part of the Youth Commission. I really appreciate being able to speak in front of you all to share a little bit about me and my passions. And with all of this said, I thank you all for your time and attention and hope you have an amazing rest of your evening. Thank you.
Sounded like the conclusion for caller 1. Caller 2 is Cassie Parsons. If we do have any of our other applicants who are on the call list, just be mindful that we are working our way through the calls. We only have so many phones to call folks, but I do have 13 other folks to call. We'll be going through that process. So stay by your phones. The calls are coming.
Hi, Cassie. You're on the line and you have 3 minutes. Go right ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, Lee, and council members. My name is Cassie Parsons. You may remember seeing me in January when I spoke to you regarding the mid-year opening on the Youth Commission. I'm a freshman at Pleasant Grove High School now, and I'm applying for the open positions on the Youth Commission. I'm prepared to spend the time necessary to be very active on the commission. I've been attending all of their meetings and participating in all of their events since last year. I have a number of ideas I would like the Youth Commission to be involved in, but I think it's critical for the Commission to establish a permanent and sustainable tool that they could run that would help the youth in our community who suffer from depression and anxiety, as well as cyberbullying. As my resume shows, I have a long history of serving my community since elementary school. In middle school, I was in student leadership both years, and I was elected ASB secretary. I served on our TBIS team, where I worked in an advisory capacity alongside Albioni staff members. I was chosen and trained to be an advisor for Club Live, which promotes a positive, drug-free lifestyle and being safe and positive social media user, and would love to use my experiences with Club Live to help the youth and teens throughout Elk Grove to be drug-free and become safer and smarter social media users. During 8th grade promotion, I was awarded the great honor of being named Miss Catherine Albioni, Outstanding Female Student of the Year. The recipient of this award and scholarship is chosen by the staff at Albioni based on outstanding academic, outstanding leadership, and outstanding citizenship. I became interested in the Elk Grove Youth Commission last year and attended their meetings every month to better understand the group and its roles and responsibilities as an advisor to a commission. After attending the first meeting, I knew I wanted to become more involved, and I volunteered to help with their canned food drive. I also attended the Unity Day alongside other youth commissioners. I have volunteered for numerous other city events and attended many public meetings, and I have even volunteered in the Public Works Department. I want to use those experiences to encourage my peers to get involved in the city and educate them on how the city works. I have had a positive influence
Vice Mayor
on my
Detrick
school, and I
is now exiting.
see a youth commissioner as an opportunity to broaden the impact I can have to teens citywide. I plan on being a commissioner for the full 4 years in order to build upon each year's experience and provide a better service. I realize you often choose juniors and seniors over freshmen and sophomores, since you see this as their last opportunity to participate. However, I ask you to consider choosing me now because I have the energy, experience, and have participated for the last year, and I have a full understanding of the time commitment required. How many of these other applicants have participated on the commission and attended all of their meetings regularly? I have shown I am very committed. Please appoint me now rather than when I'm older, so I have more time to make a lasting impact on my community. I want to thank Councilmember Stewin for taking the time out of his day to meet with me a few weeks ago. Thank you, Mayor Lee and council members, for your consideration and your own service to our community.
And that concluded the comments of caller number 2. I did just want to note for the council, in case you're looking for the vice mayor, he did give me a note that he had to step out from the meeting. So he is not in attendance at the current time. And that will take us to our caller 3, Michael Nguyen.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Lee and council members. My name is Michael Nguyen, and I'm an upcoming senior at Sheldon High School. I've lived in Elk Grove for 5 years, ever since my parents settled here when I was 12. I'm extremely proud to be located in my community and neighborhood. However, Elk Grove is not perfect. While the city's status as a culture melting pot is outstanding, I believe it's necessary for awareness to be spread regarding the lives of disabled and LGBTQ+ members of the community. All too often do I hear along the halls of my school a hideous joke targeting transgender individuals or students with special needs. With the position of the Youth Commission, I desire to allow students within my community to feel embraced for the uniqueness rather than being ostracized for the differences. One of the many ways I hope to promote change in my neighborhood is to host a social media campaign encouraging social tolerance and implementing a public space where individuals can feel welcomed by others in the region. Additionally, I feel it is vital that Elk Grove School District releases flyers or create seminars that discourages hostility within schools and works to protect individuals who have been violated because of their appearance. And in the city I've come to love so much, it is my great hope to one day advocate for those underrepresented in local authority in order to bring about a healthier social climate for those working and living in the community. I thank you all so much for your time. I hope you guys all have a great rest of your evening.
And thank you for those comments. That was caller 3. On to caller 4, John Nguyen.
John, you're on the line. You can go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is John Nguyen, and I'm an upcoming junior at Franklin High School. First, I'd like to say thank you to everyone here for the opportunity to speak at this City Council meeting, although it really bums me out that we can't do this in person. Coming from an Asian immigrant family that came to America with nothing at all, Elk Grove has been a welcoming community to many. So I'd love to give back to the city that offered my family and others so much. Also, being a part of this year's Civic Summer program, it has truly inspired me to no longer be a bystander to the issues facing our youth today, but instead be the change that it needs. Notably, during these times of uncertainty about our future, some teens are coping with their stress and anxiety through substance abuse as an escape from the real world. I no longer want to be a part of the silence while I tap through Instagram and Snapchat stories, viewing the constant competitive videos of my peers smoking or drinking. Like Council Member Stephanie Nguyen told participants of the Civic Summer program, a teen is at risk when they are not involved. By being a part of the Youth Commission, I'd like to focus on solutions we can bring to the youth that will combat this lack of involvement and bring more resources to implement more opportunities. Further, if I was chosen to be on the Youth Commission, I'd like to look into additional ways to help teens who struggle with addiction. On a side note, I'd like to take this time to praise the majority of my peers. For the past couple of weeks, I noticed that many of my peers are taking a stance against social injustice and racism and standing up for what they believe in. I love seeing that my peers on social media are using their platform for good and are not afraid of having conversations about what's happening in the world. I am fit for this position because I'm passionate about helping others, and I would love to offer a voice and platform to teenagers who feel marginalized and hopeless. Another issue I noticed is that although teenagers are good at spreading awareness, I'd like to see my peers actually get hands-on and initiate change within their community. I feel that many of our youth are out of touch with the community, and being on the Youth Commission, I would look into strengthening relations between the youth and our community leaders. I noticed that the Youth Commission does have limited spots, but if I was chosen, I'd love to brainstorm an idea of a youth organization run by the Commission to get more teens involved in servicing various projects across the community and having more hands-on opportunities for teenagers. I hope you consider me for the fulfillment of the Youth Commission, and I thank you for your time. Please stay safe and have a nice evening.
And thank you, Speaker. That takes us on to caller 5, Alyssa C.
Alyssa, you're on and you have 3 minutes. Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor Lee and council members. My name is Alyssa C., and I'm 17 years old, currently transitioning into my senior year at Franklin High School. It is an honor to have the opportunity to speak with you all today, as well as having the opportunity to be a part of the Elk Grove Youth Commission. I've heard amazing stories about this commission, especially from two commission leaders themselves, Mide and Shay. I've also gained insight from Ms. Monty while attending the Elk Grove Civic Summer Program. I would love to be a part of this program because I believe it's a great opportunity to represent the youth, including the problems they are concerned with, whether it's to help Elk Grove or to better their own mental health or much more. I also strongly believe that the Elk Grove Youth Commission is a great way to work with my peers, professionals, and government officials. Being on the commission will not only help my social and leadership skills, but it will also help me gain work experience and insight on the many problems youth face today. I want to effectively voice and create solutions for the concerns that the youth have. Connecting with people and being able to listen to their own stories and problems gives me satisfaction and happiness. Growing up, I've always wanted to help people out, whether it's being a door monitor to hold open the door for everyone or helping teachers out with whatever task they needed help with. I would always be the first person to raise my hand to help a teacher or student out. As I got older, I realized that I wanted to help people out with their own problems, especially people who struggle to fight for themselves or people who struggle to get their voices heard. This sparked my interest in becoming a lawyer. I want to help better my community, initiate change, and help any individual who seeks justice. I want to make a difference, and I believe that being on this commission will help me tremendously with that. I qualify for this position because I have experience with many programs dealing with youth, ongoing problems, and local government. I have recently gotten my certifications for the Elk Grove DA Academy, as well as the Elk Grove Civic Summer Program. Both of these programs deal with teenagers and help them gain insight on work experience and ongoing problems. The educated speakers have taught me about the importance of being involved in my community. I'm also in Leadership Leadership, which helps me work with youth and help plan events, which is very similar to the Youth Commission. Lastly, I have been in Girl Scouts since kindergarten, constantly giving back and working with my community. I've gotten both my Bronze and Silver Award in Girl Scouts. I believe that I am a strong candidate for the Elk Grove Youth Commission. My experiences would be a valuable aspect in providing insight and skills for this commission. The insights the Youth Commission will bring will help me grow immensely and become more aware of different concerns and problems. With my experiences, passion, and drive to serve and help the youth, I hope you can consider me for the Youth Commission. Thank you so much for the opportunity as well as for your time and consideration. Your hard work and dedication you all put forth to help this community is greatly appreciated. My name is Alyssa C., and I hope you all have a great evening.
Thank you, Speaker. That'll take us on to caller 6, Allison Yee.
Allison, if you can turn your computer down and then you can go ahead and start. Go right ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. My name is Allison Yee, and I am an upcoming junior at Kitchener High School. This will be my third time applying for the Elk Grove Youth Commission. Let me tell you a little bit about myself. At my high school, I am a part of the Medical Pathways Academy because I want to be in the medical field when I grow up. My mom's a pharmacist at Kaiser Permanente, and I hope to follow her footsteps because I greatly admire her passion for helping others. As you might already know and remember, I'm an active member of the COHS Environmental Club, partner with EG's Environmental Club, and is actively speaking out on styrofoam use in restaurants. I am especially proud of the club's dedication and work we have done so far with restricting styrofoam in our city. During the summer, I was a part of the Elk Grove Civic Summer Program, and I am glad to have been part of such an awesome program. Although the COVID-19 pandemic has affected the internship portion of the program, I learned so much about local and state governments and used all my connections and knowledge learned if elected to be part of the Elk Grove Youth Commission. I especially loved hearing stories from the mayor and Army Vera and all the wonderful people who got to talk to us. I want to be part of the Elk Grove Youth Commission because this is something that I don't just want to fill my resume. I want to make a real difference with the youth in our community. Currently, there's not any representation from COHS, so I hope you, council members, would consider to elect me or someone else from CO to be part of the Youth Commission. I like to think of myself as a very dedicated person and will keep trying until I reach a proper solution. I also like to think that I'm a very organized person because of all the AP and honors classes I take in school. If I am elected a youth commissioner, I hope to address all the issues plaguing our youth, like smoking, underage drinking, racism, and such, and work with the rest of the youth commissioners as a team to come up with solutions and events that can greatly benefit our youth in the community. Thank you and have a nice evening.
Thank you. And that takes us to caller 7, Adeyinka Madi.
All right, you're patched through. Go ahead and start. You have 3 minutes. Hello?
Do we have Adeyinka?
It looks like he's still connected on the line. I'm just not getting a voice. Adeyinka, are you still there?
Hello.
Hi.
There.
Go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Make sure you turn off the computer in the background, okay?
Okay. Good morning. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Adeyinka Madi. I'm currently an upcoming senior at Consumers Oaks High School, and I'm also a third year of the Consumers Oaks Medical Pathway. One reason I think I would be a good candidate for the Elk Grove Youth Commission is because of my experience with community outreach. One great example of this is my Eagle project. I'm currently at the Life Scout rank of the Boy Scouts, and to commence to Eagle, we had to do a project that serves our community. My project was to build 2 temporary horse shelters for an organization, Horses Healing Heroes, an organization that utilizes equine assisted psychotherapy to aid military veterans and their families. This project will help protect horses from harsh weather impacts until they are able to build a more permanent one. In Boy Scouts and in my personal life, I've done many projects like this to help our communities, and I hope to do many more, especially for the teens of Elk Grove. Aside from Boy Scouts, I'm also very involved in school. I'm currently Vice Club Commissioner in ASB, which means that along with my main, we're responsible for making all the clubs run smoothly, and if they aren't, it is up to admin and us to fix the problems. I hope I can bring these skills to the commission and continue your years of growth. I hope you all have a great day, and I hope you will consider me for this great opportunity. Thank you.
And I was muted that whole time. Thank you. That takes us on to caller 8, Trinity Mosby.
Trinity, you're on the line. You can go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Lee and members of the Elk Grove City Council. First, I want to thank you all for this opportunity. My name is Trinity Mahal Mosby, and I'm an incoming junior at Laguna Creek High School. I'm an active member in my community as I participate in my school's associate student body, Black Student Union, and Sports Careers Academy, as well as other outside programs such as Black Women United and the Black Youth Leadership Project. Not only am I deeply involved in these clubs and programs, but I am a sought after public speaker who advocates for the youth and underrepresented in our community. Within the last year, I spoke at the Martin Luther King Jr. Legacy Breakfast held by the City of Elk Grove, where I honored Dr. King's contributions to today's society. In addition, last year I spoke at the Black Women's March, where I shined a light on the inequities and injustices Black women and girls face on a daily basis. I also made an effort to celebrate our culture, motivate the youth, and acknowledge the accomplishments of the women before us. It is these activities that fuel my passion as an activist and advocate. I want to continue pouring into my community, and being on Youth Commission would be a great start. I'm hoping to bring my ideas that will contribute to ensuring equal opportunity across all areas of Elk Grove. Elk Grove should be a place where the residents and the youth feel safe, respected, and are able to have fun without having to worry about social, economic hardship. Every child in Elk Grove should have the same opportunity and great childhood memories. I look forward to working with you all. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. That'll take us on to caller 9, Connie Wing.
Hi, Connie. You're on the line, and you have 3 minutes. Go right ahead.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Connie Lang, a rising junior at Franklin High School, and I would like to be part of the Elk Grove Youth Commission so that I can have the opportunity to give back to the community that has helped me and many others pursue our passions. From a young age, I've always had an interest in art, drawing doodles on my homework, painting in sketchbooks, and making Play-Doh sculptures. But I never considered displaying my art for the public. It wasn't until I went to CSD's Multicultural Festival and the Giant Pumpkin Festival that I saw an art exhibition with art made by people from my community. This sparked my interest and got me thinking that maybe I could go somewhere with my love for art. I then decided that in the following year, I would put my artwork into these two exhibits and see what happens from there. I ended up having decent success and applied to the county and state fair the following years. Currently, I plan on continuing my love for art by entering the Scholastics Art and Writing Awards, a national art competition, and starting an Etsy shop with one of my friends who was also inspired by the community's art. Without the hard work of everyone in the community, these festivals wouldn't be possible, and I would have never even thought about the possibility of turning my art into a possible career. This is why I would really like to be on the Youth Commission so that I can continue to help the community be able to provide opportunities for the youth. If I were to become a commissioner, a program that I would like to have is one that teaches children from low-income families about the arts and sports. While I do know that CSD offers amazing summer programs that teaches kids about arts and sports, most of these classes either have a fee or require students to provide their own material. To most families, these fees and material costs, which usually range from about $50 and $60, wouldn't be that much of an issue. However, for low-income families, it could mean whether or not they would have money for their next meal. Some families may consider these art classes and materials unnecessary expenses and hinder their child's passion for art. Art is a career that can easily be looked down upon, so children from a young age require reassurance from their families in order to continue their pursuit. In the program, some of the teachers could also be student volunteers who are passionate about what they do. This would not only help young people be involved with the community, but it will also help these students build a strong work ethic before they join the workforce. I think that's very crucial that kids are introduced to some kind of art form or sport at a young age because it's a great way to manage stress and can also help create a sense of belonging to a certain group, which is something that many kids and myself even struggled with at a young age. To close, I would like to thank the council members for their time and the amazing work that they have done to provide opportunities to help grow our community's cultures and passions. Thank you.
And thank you. That takes us on to caller 10, Angela Tomasello.
Angela, you're on the line. You can go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Lee and City Council members. It is a pleasure to speak with you today. My name is Angela Tomasello, and I am a candidate for the Elk Grove Youth Commission. I am running to better help and serve my community during these uncertain times. My focus is to give back to the community. The City of Elk Grove has provided me with countless resources to pursue any career or college path I desire. School programs such as the IDEA Academy for aspiring engineers like myself and the local Elk Grove Civic Summer program that I participated in made me more driven and focused on what I want to do with my future. After taking advantage of these resources, I passionately want to help develop more resources for youth to help them with their aspirations. Students today often struggle to find vital assistance to help them in their career or college path, especially with the recent COVID-19 interference. My greatest concern for the youth is that they face a disconnect where everyone is indoors, bored, or scared of the uncertainty of what each day will bring. The discomfort some have of where their next meal will come from due to lack of transportation or health risks of going to school are frightening. Some youth genuinely miss school and the structure of being in a consistent learning environment and feel they lose a sense of belonging. There's a lack of passion or creativity due to not being in a level social environment or having to be by themselves and not surrounded by a team. I'm dedicated to better the social environment for youth and guide them to be successful, possibly by incorporating more workshops for work experience, school help, or community service opportunities to keep them not only engaged with others in the community, but to help develop lifelong tools. As a member of the Youth Commission, I will work to keep the youth together in finding passions or distractions from these events. I am an excellent fit to participate on the Elk Grove Youth Commission to return the favor to my community for helping me discover my passions and also ease the tensions for youth during such a stressful and disruptive time with COVID-19. Thank you so much for your time and consideration. I hope you have a great evening.
And thank you. That will take us on to caller 11, Caleb Johnson.
Caleb, you're on the line. You can go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for allowing me to have this opportunity. My name is Caleb Johnson, and I am an incoming freshman at Franklin High School. I'm excited to be a part of the Youth Commission because I have great leadership skills and would like to use my creativity to help Elk Grove be the best city it can be. I look forward to working with other teams to help the community. Thank you for your time. And a lot of times you don't have a chance to be heard. So if selected, I will use this opportunity to represent the youth voice and even encourage my peers to participate. I was a part of a youth action group with the Greater Sacramento Urban League and want to continue making a difference. Thank you for your time and considering my application. Once again, my name is Caleb Johnson. Thank you.
Thank you. And that takes us to caller 12, Neha Thandi.
Neha, you're on the line and you have 3 minutes. Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Lee and members of the council. My name is Neha Thandi, and I'm a rising junior at Franklin High School. I'm one of the candidates for a position on the City of Elk Grove Youth Commission, and I would like to take a minute to summarize some of the reasons why I should be given an opportunity to serve the youth in our community. I've been a member of the CSD Teen Action Committee since I was a freshman, and I've worked collaboratively with the Youth Commission to put on events such as Teen Unity Day and Shape Your Future. These are both very successful events that provided vital information to the youth in our community. In addition to serving on the Teen Action Committee, I've also been a Girl Scout for 10 years and earned my Silver Award. And I'm in the process of earning my Gold Award, which is the highest honor a Girl Scout can receive. For my Silver Award project, I visited elementary school classes and taught students about gender equality and women empowerment, particularly in STEM fields. I'm also the founder and president of the Franklin High School Girl Up Club, which is a campaign of the United Nations Foundation, which gives girls the opportunity to channel their energy and compassion to raise awareness and funds for programs of the United Nations that help some of the world's hardest to reach adolescent girls. Prior to COVID, I was working along with Councilwoman Nguyen to put on an event for Elk Grove teen girls called the Female Focus, an event where we were planning to invite prestigious and successful women to speak to and inspire the female youth. Since it was not possible to physically hold this event, I shifted it online and created the virtual Female Focus page. And I'm working to hold a virtual event in the near future. I like to take every opportunity to learn and to challenge myself in the community, and I recently attended the Perry Initiative, which is a very competitive program that is an introduction for women into surgical and engineering fields. I was honored to attend this program as they only select 40 out of the hundreds of girls that apply. Along with this, I also participated in the Sacramento County District Attorney's Youth Academy and Camp Neuro, another competitive program for high school students interested in exploring careers in medicine and psychology. I am actively involved in the community, but I'm also involved at my school. I served as an Associated Student Body Commissioner at Franklin High School, as well as on the National Honor Society Link Crew and the California Scholarship Federation. As you can tell, I am very determined and motivated to get involved in the community and to be a leader in many different ways. I hope to continue being a leader and serving our community as a member of the City of Elk Grove Youth Commission, and I'd be honored to represent the youth in our community. I'm available to answer any questions you may have, and thank you for your consideration.
And thank you. That'll take us on to caller 13, Amrit Atwa.
Hey, you can go ahead and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Amrit Atwa. I am an upcoming 11th grader in the Medical Pathway and National Honor Society at Casinos Oaks High School. This is my third application for the Youth Commission because I am dedicated to making a difference in my community. In addition, I am the president of the environmental club at my school, and last year I successfully led a team consisting of environmental clubs from other schools to ask you all to consider the removal of styrofoam takeout containers. I would love to be considered for a position on the Elk Grove Youth Commission. The Youth Commission does not consist of any students from Casinos Oaks High School, and I would be proud to represent my school. Furthermore, engaging my fellow students in city affairs is one of my objectives because the youth voice is important. Last time, I spoke about how there are many topics to be addressed among teens in Elk Grove City, such as depression and the addiction of nicotine.
I was told by Selena in Quist, the communications officer in the Youth Commission, that the Youth Commission is working on that. However, the amount of outreach needs to be expanded because I feel like there are many teens out there who are not getting this news and do not attend the events. Also, I would like to just add that from last time and now, there is so much more variety, and I'm happy to see more candidates from our school and also Broadshire Christian, while having already many other schools. Thank you for hearing me out tonight, and I hope I am elected to be a youth commissioner. Are there any questions for me?
No questions.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you. That'll take us to caller 14, Ela Bunyo.
Ayla, you're on the line and you can go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Lee and council members. My name is Ayla Bunyo and I am 13 years old. I'm an upcoming freshman at Franklin High School. I was born and raised in Elk Grove, and I would love to have the opportunity to make the changes we need in our community. Ever since elementary, I've tried to join community programs like leadership, our school broadcasting, and the newspaper. I was also in the council at my old school. I'm a very passionate advocate for social justice, and I feel like I could add a lot to the Youth Commission. It would also be a great experience for me and way to share my views. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. I hope you guys have a great evening.
Is that it, Mr. Clerk?
That sounded like the concluding comments from our last speaker. And then the last was just that the video that was submitted by one of the applicants that was distributed to the full city council prior to the meeting.
Okay, excellent. First, I want to thank all the students. We, as a council, always are very appreciative of young people stepping up and taking leadership roles. So thank you to each and every one of you. It's going to be a very tough decision for the council. Obviously, all of you are so well spoken, and even the fact that you've taken the opportunity to apply says a lot about you as an individual. And I am hopeful that young people like all of you will continue on your work, regardless of whether you are selected tonight. I can honestly say that if I wish there was enough positions to appoint everyone, but unfortunately we have a limited number of positions. So that being the case, I want all of you to feel that you've made a significant accomplishment by putting your name forward and coming tonight. Thank you very much. And so I'm going to go ahead and kick this to the council members to give me their top, I think there's 5 positions. So why don't you give me your top 7? Councilmember Sun, you want to go?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I do want to start off by again echoing your comments about just all of these applicants, just how talented they are, well spoken, their desire to serve and their willingness to apply. It is just so heartbreaking for me that we can only select 5, knowing there's just so much talent out there and people who want to contribute. I'm going to try this again. I know I sound like I'm beating a dead horse, but would council be supportive of asking staff to come back at a future meeting with another body like that could be made up of a similar number of students that maybe it's not the Youth Commission, but maybe it's something else. And I would just want to maybe have this if staff could just put their brains together or try to think up something. I'm happy to help too, for that matter. But I just feel like we've got to find a way to give more of our youth an opportunity to be engaged.
I'll support that. You need support.
Yeah, we could do it like I'm thinking like maybe like a pathway. So you could have like a youth advisory and then the youth advisory, because we get a lot of young people. I'm looking at Cassie, who applied when she was 13 and she's now 14, and she's right. Like we talked about making sure we gave those opportunities to those that were older so that they had an opportunity. But I think maybe if we gave folks an opportunity at a younger age where it's like a youth advisory board or whatnot, and then the youth commission, they can then move on as the next a pathway to the youth commission. It'd be two separate areas. Maybe they do two separate things. Freshmen and sophomores, or you go through different things in juniors and seniors, and so I'm wondering if maybe we could do something like that.
That's a great idea.
That's actually a great idea. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Well, I was just saying, recognizing, we can't necessarily decide on it today. I think that's a great place to start, and just maybe any other ideas. If I have council support, maybe staff could help us to brainstorm. And again, I'm willing to work at this too, because I just think it's so important that we find every opportunity to allow our youth who want to help and be engaged to do that. So if I'm interpreting both your sentiments correctly, if we could do that, then that would be great.
Yeah, I agree with taking a look at it as well. So I think that's all of us.
Yeah. So
great. Thanks,
good.
Thanks, you guys.
Consensus. So thank you.
Thanks. And then
your 7.
Thank you guys. Yeah, my 7. So I just then I wanted to say, like, there's so many different criteria that, some of the youth have heard it before about we try to give youth who are aging out an opportunity. So we're cognizant of that. We're cognizant of the district they live in to get representation from there and the school. So that's age, school, district, people who've applied before, unique applications, which that's getting harder. There's just so much talent there. So with all of that, I want to, I really think despite, she is somewhat young, but Cassie, she really has proven, I spoke with her and she has been attending these things, all the meetings with the youth commission, as it is, red shirting, if you will. Just doing it all year long. And so I feel like she certainly earned to my consideration. So I like to push Cassie forward. I really was impressed by a lot of these applications again, but I'm just gonna look at. I thought Adiyinka Maddie, Prayer Noyogiri.
Okay, can you repeat
Neha
that, council member?
Okay, so I say Cassie Parsons. Cassie Parsons. Yeah, and I'm saying Adiyinka Maddie, Prayer Noyogiri. Allison Yee, this is her 3rd time applying. So Allison Yee, 1, 2, 3, 4. Trinity Mosby, District 3. Neha Tandy, District 4.
Tandy, you said?
Yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Did you count 6, Mayor?
Yeah, I'm missing 3. Can you go over the list again? If you can start from the top.
Who do you have? I'm saying Cassie.
I have Cassie Parsons.
I have Cassie Parsons. Adiyinka Maddie. Adiyinka Maddie.
Maddie. Oh, okay.
Number 8. She's number 8.
All right. And then who's the other 2?
Neha Tandy.
Okay. All right. And who's
Prayer Noyogiri.
Okay, got it. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So you got one more?
And then Caden Swain, who's a senior in Pleasant Grove High School,
okay.
District 2. Yeah.
Got it. All right. Councilmember Wayne.
Thank you, sir. I also have Cassie as my number 1. She did a really good job in presenting her case. She's been at all of the meetings, even though she wasn't selected. And we always want to give those that attend when they weren't selected an opportunity. I also, Naya Thandi didn't do justice in talking about herself. She really is amazing. She worked with me for several months and pulling together this female panel speakers all across. It was going to be citywide, and she pulled together youth from all of the schools to meet with me, and we met quite a few times. I was really impressed with what she was about to do. She's my number 2, and my number 3 is Allison Yee. It is her 3rd time applying. Amrit Atwal, 3rd time applying as well. I put Michael Wynn in there, number 17. He's from Sheldon. And then Prayer. I think that's my 6.
Okay, I think I missed 2. Michael Wynn, you said? Michael Wynn.
Cassie Parsons, number 6.
So I got Allison Yee, I've got Cassie Parson, I've got Naya Thandi, and who are the others?
Amrit Atwal.
Atwal. Okay, I see. Okay, and then who else?
You got my Prayer. She's number 15.
Is that the first name? Oh, okay, that's first name. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You got 2 more?
So we only have 5 slots. 1, 2, 3, 4,
yeah,
5.
Because I'm anticipating there's going to be some, not everyone's going to pick 5, right? There's going to be some overlap. So I'm just trying to save some time.
Okay, Adiyinka, Maddie.
Maddie, okay. All right.
And I'm just gonna stop there. So
that's actually 7 from you,
3,
Stephanie.
4, 6.
I have you down as having Cassie, Neha, Allison, Amrit, Michael Wynn, Prayer, and Adiyinka.
6, 7. Yeah, that's 7.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Hume.
Okay, so I was only planning on doing my top 5, and I picked these because of the moxie and assertiveness they showed in contacting us, and ones who I was particularly impressed with during the Civic Summer. So my top 5 were Haley Runner, Neha Thandi, Prayer Noyogere, Adiyinka Maddie, and Cassie Parsons. And then I had a list of second tier, and if I'm going to pull only 2 out of that second tier, it would probably be Alyssa C. and Trinity Mosby.
Give me your top 5 again.
Sure, Haley Runner.
Haley Runner, okay.
Because I don't think Bradshaw Christian is represented. Neha Thandi.
Thandi, okay.
Prayer Noyogere.
Prayer, okay.
Adiyinka Maddie.
Adiyinka Maddie, okay. Got it.
And Cassie Parsons.
Cassie, got it. All right, excellent. So let me see here. Okay, it looks like we have 3 for Cassie, 3 for Adiyinka, 3 for Thandi, and 3 for Prayer. So I'll push those 4 forward, and then my 5th nomination will be Trinity Mosby. All right. We good?
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, let's go ahead and adjourn this.
Wait, I'm sorry. Who did you say?
I'm sorry,
Cassie.
So
I'm sorry.
The 5 individuals that I'm nominating is Cassie Parson, Adiyinka Maddie, Neha Thandi, Prayer Noyogere, and Trinity Mosby.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Hey, Mayor.
Yes.
Just a suggestion, maybe if the council's interested in exploring another committee or of some type, might be helpful to appoint a couple of council members to work with staff on developing some ideas with that instead of just coming back. I know Councilmember Soon volunteered to kind of work with staff, but there's another council member that might be interested as well. That would be
I'll
helpful.
go ahead and nominate Councilmember Huynh.
I was going to say I would love to do that.
All right, excellent. Thank you, folks. And if that's it, let's go ahead and adjourn the meeting.
Great. Thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
night, everybody.
Good night. Good night, everyone.
Everybody.
Steve Lee
is now exiting.